Okay, I think we can start now. Good afternoon and good morning to all of all the speakers and all the team members. And welcome to the 6th Youth Forum on SDG implementation. So before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Praveen Maharjan, program management expert of this office, and I'll be moderating the forum. And this forum on the SDG implementation on leveraging public governance to promote youth participation for climate action and building resilience is being co-organized by the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government, DPIDG of the UNDESA, with the support from its project office on governance, and in collaboration with the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea and Incheon Metropolitan City Government. So the forum serves as a unique platform for young people to share their visions and elaborate on their substantive contribution to pursuing sustainable and resilient recovery from climate change amidst the continuing crisis. So before we begin the opening session, I have a few housekeeping announcements. As you know, the forum is being recorded and to be available for viewing post-conference. For your participants, I'm again repeating, please set your name as your team name first and your name, and turn on your camera throughout the entire session. So I request all the team members to turn on your camera throughout the entire session. And please mute yourself unless when you are speaking. Show your support to the speakers, presenters by clicking the clap icon in the reaction button. And if you have any questions for the presenter, please use the chat feature in this Zoom meeting. And if you have any technical question, please reach out to us through the chat function. And for time reminder, our interns will be sending you reminder in the chat box. So keep an eye on the chat box as well. So now let's start the forum with the opening remarks by Kyu Chang-ko, Head of United Nations Project Office on Governance. Mr. Ko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Praveen. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. Congratulations to all the teams. I am delighted to be here with you to listen to your amazing initiatives. The Youth Forum, which has involved as a platform in bringing young people's views, ideas, solutions, and innovations to policy discussions on issues that matter to them, clearly demonstrate the commitment of the United Nations to ensure that the youth of today and tomorrow are empowered, included, and their voices are being heard. The theme of this forum could not have been more timely. Leveraging public governance to promote youth participation for climate action and building resilience. According to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the climate emergency and the triple global crisis of food, energy, and finance are moral tests of our humanity and call for more action and leadership to tackle the climate crisis. Young people have the potential to bring innovative solutions and new perspectives to address the world's most pressing challenges. Building Back Better should be an intergenerational effort. Due to the historical marginalization of young people in decision-making and leadership, there is a need to amplify the voices of young people and better engage them in implementing measures that contribute to a better future for both people and the planet. Youth engagement and youth participation should move beyond tokenistic box-ticking exercises to more equitable and sustainable youth-centered approaches. Within this context, the Secretary General of the United Nations introduced his vision, Our Common Agenda, last September, as an agenda of action designed to strengthen and accelerate multilateral cooperation, particularly around the 2030 Agenda, and make a tangible difference in people's lives. One of the priorities is a new focus on the world, young people, and future generations. They should have a seat at the table. Lastly, I would like to remind you to be safe and resilient during the indoor and outdoor activities. As you know, most of the victims in the stampede in Seoul's Itaewon district were women and young people in their 20s. We are here today to listen to and learn from an outstanding group of young people. Through these initiatives shared today, we want to foster an intergenerational dialogue with UN practitioners and identify concrete commitment for now and for the near future to promote youth participation in climate action and building resilience. I stop here so that we can start listening to the amazing young speakers. I'll come back at the end to share a few quick thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ko. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. And thank you for highlighting the role of youth for the climate actions and building resilience. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sun-Soo Kim, Director General of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, the Republic of Korea, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Kim, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Pravin, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon and good morning, everybody. Welcome you to all the 6th Youth Forum on the SDG implementation. I'm very much honored and particularly glad to speak at the 6th Youth Forum on the SDGs implementation, titled Leveraging Public Governance to Promote Youth Participation for Climate Action and Building Resilience. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Ko-Gyu Chang, and head of the UNFOG and the UNFOG family for organizing this meaningful event. And Mr. Chang Jae-hak, Ambassador of the International Relations of the Incheon Metropolitan City, I'd like to thank you also for joining the forum together. I think this is very crucial time for youth across the world to actively engaging in making heard your voice, ideas, solutions, and innovative thinkings on international community. and also taking part in the SDG implementation as a global citizens and the sustainable development generation. Your youth in the world now show their extraordinary strengths and leadership and also resilience. In this regard, they should be better supported at the heart of the climate changes and environmental action. Climate change has increased levels of the uncertainty about our future. It is your generation, the youth, who make up more than 1.8 billion around the world, who are the main actors for climate changes and the opportunities to truly achieve sustainable development. With the rapid transformation, rapid digital transformation, young people's unprecedented mobilization around the world shows the massive power they possess to hold decision makers accountable. They are truly agents for change, entrepreneurs and innovators. That's why you are here, I think. I think also advancing the SDG implementations and ensuring no one is left behind is only possible when you work together, regardless of boundary, nationality, gender, and cultures, etc. It is my hope, I hope that this year's Youth Forum in particular will provide the special opportunity to exchange your concrete ideas and solutions to empower the youth. The forum will definitely create an enabling environment for your contribution to building resilience in the context of sustainable and resilient recovery. In closing, I'd like to congratulate again to you all, the participants who are successfully made it to the final round through your hard work by making the most of your potential. I thank you for your attention again, and I wish you have a great performance and have a great day. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim. Indeed, youth are change maker, innovators, and they need seat on the table to make decision. Thank you very much. Now let's welcome Mr. Jae-Hak Jung, Ambassador of International Relations of the Incheon Metropolitan City, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Jung, you have the floor.
Mr. Kyu Chang-ko, Head of Office at UNPOG, Mr. Sung-Soo Kim, Director General of Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, distinguished guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the 6th Youth Forum on SDG implementation, and it's my honor to get a chance to speak once again after attending last year's successful event. On behalf of Incheon Metropolitan City, I'm so delighted to be part of organizing this event together with UNPOG and the Ministry of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. As you may be well aware, over the past 10 years, UNPOG has promoted research, advocacy, and capacity building activities to support public institutions to advance the Millennium Development Goals. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to UNPOG for its efforts and contribution to improve public administration across Asia and the Pacific, and for facilitating regional and city-to-city cooperation, which involves, of course, Incheon Metropolitan City. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the youth programs of UNPOG characteristically have encouraged young people to get involved in the discussion on the implementation of the SDGs. They say the innovative solutions for global problems suggested by the youth might be selected for serious discussions by UN agencies in their future activities. However, I'd like to attach far greater importance on the participation element itself of passionate young people. I hope every participant will get the result they wish for. I like to say that you are already winners once you're in the competition because you've already proved that you are ready to become a valuable player in the world by presenting on significant global issues with your teammates. I believe that having the guts to join meaningful events like today's competition while young will give you everlasting pride and confidence. Having said that, I hope you will have an enjoyable and memorable time during this competition. And I believe that building upon this experience, you will become well prepared for bigger challenges ahead because young people like you will play a crucial role in proactively dealing with common problems facing us humankind in the future. I look forward to the fruitful event this time and continued cooperation to encourage the youth to contribute to the advancement of the SDGs. Thank you all. Enjoy the competition and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for the opening remarks. And I believe all the team members here are already winner. There is no loser or winner here. So everybody, the team and the leaders and the members all are winner. Thank you. So now I would like to request all of you to turn on your camera for the group photo, please, including our UNPOG staff. Can you please turn on your camera, our interns, everybody? Our Changil, can you please take picture? Screenshots. Our intern, can you take pictures from both pages? We have two pages. Okay. Thank you all. This concludes the opening remarks. And thank you to Mr. Ko, Mr. Kim, and Mr. Zhang for their inspiring words and encouragement for all of us, including me and all the team members. So now let's begin our another session. So now please welcome our first speaker, Mr. Brinton Koma. He's the global director of one of the world's largest global network of young professionals with more than 750 member organizations from around 85 countries. I would like to say, like, at the age of 14, he became a radio broadcaster with a focus on climate change and garnered some 2 million weekly listeners. And his activism inspired thousands of young people across Africa and beyond. Mr. Kauma, you have the floor. Please welcome him. Mr. Kauma? I think he exited. We'll try to get him back. In the meantime, let's welcome Ms. Abigail Kima, an energy expert and climate activist. She is the producer and host of Hali Hewa podcast, and she advocates for real stories and experiences of African communities being impacted negatively by climate change to be used as reference point for decision making. Ms. Kima, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much. I hope I am audible. My name is Abigail Kima. I am a young energy expert from Kenya and a climate activist. Thank you so much for the introduction, Praveen, and thank you for giving me the platform to speak. So I'll start with my own personal experience. I grew up in the highland regions of Elgeyo Marakwet here in Kenya, which is a county that experiences adequate rainfall and practices agriculture as a main source of livelihood. And growing up, I fondly remember a stream that cut across our farm and the many trees that surrounded our home and the entire neighborhood. But unfortunately, a lot has changed owing to the climate crisis. And I knew I needed to do something about it when the stream on our farm completely dried up and deforestation became the order of the day, since farmers began to cut the forest in order to expand their agricultural lands to increase farm produce, being that the climate crisis was becoming a menace and making the crop yields decrease at a very alarming rate. And so, as we know, and as we have all mentioned, the climate crisis is evidently one of the biggest challenges that we're facing across the globe now. And unfortunately, different parts of the world continue to feel the weight of the climate crisis with different intensities. And so early this year, when the latest IPCC report was released, it showed that about 3.6 billion people live in context of vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. And it is not news that Africa falls under this category. And we also know that Africa as a continent is responsible for just 0.5% of the historical emissions and less than 4% of the global emissions today. And during my activism, which I do through storytelling of real experiences of the climate crisis, I visited the northern part of Kenya, which is currently experiencing severe drought. And what I saw is honestly beyond devastating, because this area has not received rain in the past 2 years, and the roads are completely littered with animal carcasses. And some households have been completely devastated by a loss of livestock, because they are a community that practices pastoralism as a source of livelihood. And when we went to one homestead, there was a family that had a herd of 50 cattle and 30 goats before the drought, and now they just have 2 cows and 1 goat left. Something that was also very devastating for me was the fact that families are eating just 1 meal in a day, and in some cases, they're actually eating in shifts because of food insecurity. I take you to a different part of Kenya as well, which is the western part of Kenya that has always produced food enough to meet the country's demand. But the changing weather patterns caused by climate crisis has taken away livelihoods, as they depend on rain-fed agriculture as a source of livelihood. And for them, this situation has come with food insecurity, has come with water shortage, has come with reduced income, has come with decreased yield, and interestingly has come also with gender-based violence for women and insecurity for the women and girls, because they have to travel long distances, sometimes even at night, to just get water. But what I found very amazing about this community is that they are building resilience, and they are a perfect example of what resilience looks like. When you go to this community, you'll see women coming together every other week to sit down and discuss how best they can adapt to the impacts of climate change. And they have also trained themselves to use non-machinery technologies to help them adapt to the impacts of climate change. And by doing this, they're able to increase their crop yield, they're able to build food sovereignty, they're able to take their children to school because they now have increased income in their households. And on top of that, they're able to come up with ways and solutions of harvesting water during raining season, so that they can preserve the water that they have throughout the year. So this is what, when I went to this community, I was actually inspired by just how much effort they're putting in ensuring that, they adapt to the impacts of climate change. And that is what resilience looks like. As a young person, I asked myself, why does this matter? Why is this important for me? And I'd say, coming from a background of farmers where I know I was able to get through school because my parents, on top of them having their day jobs, they practice agriculture to supplement their income. And I'd say confidently that I've been able to go through school because of agriculture. And then looking at where I come from in the rural parts of Kenya at the moment is that the schools allow parents to come with food items in place of tuition fees. And the reason why I'm painting this picture is so you can see just how important agriculture is for us. And we can't practice agriculture without a stable climate. And it is very evident just how much this is changing now because of climate change. And when I saw these experiences for me as a young person, I decided to do something about it. And I decided to do it through storytelling. In as much as statistics and numbers are very important as depicted in the IPCC reports and as depicted in most reports, I think we have for a long time missed the part where we can amplify stories of lived experiences of the impacts of climate change. And I say stories from Africa because we are a country, we are a continent that is being affected by the impacts of climate change to a great extent. And with apart from telling stories of how things are happening, amplifying stories of drought, amplifying stories of changing weather patterns, amplifying stories of loss and damage, we also have stories of hope. And stories of hope are depicted, as I have talked about, in such communities who are actually building resilience by themselves and coming together as one community to help themselves and to lift themselves from the places of poverty, to lift themselves from the places of the climate crisis completely changing their lives. And I do this through the Hali Hewa podcast and also the Hali Hewa platform that allows amplification of African climate stories through videos, through conversations, through the podcast, through written stories and blogs. And as at the beginning, when the guests were giving their opening remarks, they said that young people play a huge role in contributing to creating solutions for climate change. And I completely agree with that. What we bring to the table as young people is energy. We bring innovation, we bring intergenerational viewpoints. And we know that we have inherited the inaction of the people that have come before us. And now we actually do not have a choice but to do something about it. And beyond us being involved through non-deliberative proceedings such as marches, such as campaigns that go outside the corridors of decision-making processes, we more than ever want to be part of the solution. We want to be in those rooms when decisions are being made. We want to be able to give our contributions because we see just how much the climate change has impacted us. And if we do not do something about it, it means our generation and then the generation that is to come before us will suffer the impacts of climate change. I believe that young people have so much to offer. I believe that we have the capacity to be involved in decision making. Here in Africa, when it comes to the climate conferences that we all look forward to at the end of the year, I see how countries gather at the beginning of the year to develop positions for themselves. And then there's an opportunity for civil society organizations to contribute to the Africa Group of Negotiators, for them to try and create a position for us, to create a position for the African continent. So it usually, for me, doesn't make sense to be involved at the end because it means I missed an opportunity to contribute to when this whole process was starting. And I see now that because we are voicing our opinions, we are being very vocal about wanting to be involved, there have been changes that are being made to ensure that we are actually involved. And as I said before, young people are talented, bring energy, are innovative. And as a young person, I'd say, use what you have, use your talent. It doesn't have to be the conventional way of doing things to make the smallest impact. It could be you're just telling a story about your community and someone somewhere will listen and say, this is something I can replicate in my own community. And that instantly creates change. So for the young people in this meeting and for the generation that is before us, I urge you to trust us, that we can actually do this. And for the young people, I'd say, use what you have, do the little that you can to create change. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail, for the inspiring word. So the team members, if you have any question, comments, she would be happy to answer. Please raise your hand and please ask a question on her experience, what she does for the Hali Hewa, the podcast, and what is her new program and other. So please raise your hand and ask any question to her. Do you have any questions? No question? Maybe from our colleagues also, Anna, if you have any question for our young leader, Abikal Kima.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this inspiring story. I would like to, if you can elaborate a little bit more, how you started to initiate this activity. What has been your first opportunity that bring you to the level that you are now? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'd say I started back in 2015, but just as a volunteer for most of the movements that were here in Nairobi. But for this project, which is the amplification of African climate stories, this stemmed out of COP26, where I attended a COP for the first time. And as a young person, you obviously feel lost because you're not really in the negotiating rooms and you're not necessarily contributing to anything, especially if it's your first time. And so at that point, I was sharing bits of information on my social medias about what is happening and why it is important, and really trying to relate it to our own lives, coming from a community of farmers. And so there was a lot of feedback, and also I quickly realized the misinformation that exists, because in as much as we are living through the impacts of climate change, most people could not pinpoint it to climate change. And so when I came back, I thought it would be so important to do this, to do these stories as a way of of educating communities about the climate crisis, and also to show the world exactly what is happening. Like I said, in as much as statistics numbers are important, I also felt the need to share human experiences of the climate crisis, with the hope of inspiring actual change if we see the climate crisis from a human perspective. And that's how I started. It wasn't quite an easy process, because I had to balance a lot. I had to get out of my comfort zone, but I'm really grateful that I did, because I've been able to tell a lot of stories about our own experiences, which I know are different. And I mean, some of them are different, some of them are the same, depending on where we come from. And I've really had a good run, and I look forward to doing more grassroots stories where we can see just how communities, how much there is to learn from communities, because they're doing something about adapting to the impacts of climate change. So that's how I started.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Abikal. We have someone raise hand. Is there anyone who raised the hand? Anyone?
Oh, I see Miss
Sauravi Singh.
from Upcree.
Firstly, thank you so much for the lecture. So I wanted to know, like, if you could elaborate a bit more on the podcast part, because you mentioned about storytelling, and like, are you focusing on specific areas? So that's what I wanted to know.
So far, the whole project, first of all, was set up to have a series of 8 episodes up until COP27 that is happening next week. So through the process, we've talked about issues on activism for young people. We've talked about women and gender. We've talked about fossil fuels. We've talked about just energy transition. We've talked about loss and damage. We've talked about adaptation, mitigation. So it encompasses everything that matters to countries in the global south and also countries in the global north, but now giving it an African feel and an African perspective. And I have been interviewing young activists and also climate experts from Africa who tell their own stories. And something that I noticed in common was the fact that most of the people who are doing this work have somehow experienced the impacts of climate change in their own community, or saw something happening and they decided to do something about it. So having conversations with these people, really trying to understand their stories and their journeys and why it is important for them. And then you get a lot of information and you get a lot of inspiring stories behind the work that they do. So that's how I've been doing it. And we've done 7 episodes so far, and we'll be doing the last one at COP27.
Thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
think we have we have a question from Ms. Haley Kim.
Yes, I do. Hi, Ms. Abigail. Thank you so much for being here and telling us your inspiring stories. Like you mentioned the COP27, I was wondering about your expectations on the upcoming COP27 and if there's a specific agenda or some items that you're personally interested in.
Thank you so much for that question. It's been quite an interesting year, but more than ever, people have been calling COP27 an African COP. And from the conversations I've had throughout the year, it is very evident that the term African COP is not because it's happening in African soil, but people wish that this is an opportunity for the priorities of the African continent to be well articulated. And I'd say confidently that I've seen just how much effort African civil societies, youth, and the government have come together to really articulate the priorities for the African continent. And so at a very personal level, from the experiences I have had from visiting communities where you see a drought, where you see children having to travel long distances just to get water, I'd say my priority is loss and damage, because the loss and damage finance facility, because it's gotten to a point where some of these communities can no longer adapt to the impacts of climate change. You cannot tell them to adapt to lack of water. You cannot tell them to adapt to lack of food. And it is sad that we've gotten to a point where we actually need a loss and damage fund, because we took so much time in adapting to the impacts of climate change and not creating the necessary finance facility to make sure that, you know, climate change is here. It's not news, it's not far away from us, it's actually here. But then it's gotten to a point where it's now gone beyond adaptation. Apart from that, I'd say the second priority for me would be just energy transition, because here in Africa, when you talk about energy, you cannot avoid talking about development. So I'd say really creating a clear pathway for just energy transition in Africa in the lens of mitigation, being that we have great potential for renewable energy, but also finance as a key recipe is what has been missing for a long time. And also, you know, conversations around just energy transition that considers the specific country needs and considers the specific geographical conditions of these communities. So I'd say those are the two priority areas for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. From the team, do you have any question for Avika? Team member? So if there is no any other question, maybe my colleague Dana want to ask one question, maybe.
Oh, I think we have a question from Miss Clarice from Team Upcrete.
Okay.
Hi, thank you very much for that very insightful question. So one of the questions I would like to ask is, how do you keep yourself motivated and avoid feeling burnout in advocating for climate action?
It's a very good question. I'd be honest, I haven't figured out how not to to feel the burnout, but it's gotten to a point where I actually have no choice, because now I feel the burden to do this, because like I said, the climate crisis is affecting me at a personal level. It's affecting my family, it's affecting my own life, it's affecting my nephews and nieces, because now it means going to school is not the easiest thing. They don't necessarily have enough food to eat, you know, because the changing weather patterns means food security issues come about. So I'd say what motivates me is the fact that I know I have no choice but to do something about it, no matter how little, even if it's just me telling one story and it will inspire someone to action, then that's what keeps me going. About experiencing burnout, I, you know, try my best to sleep as much as I can, to have conversations with friends, and also have a life outside climate justice and climate activism. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question from the floor?
I think we do, from one Climate Justice League, Mr. Roger.
Yes, thank you. I'm Rogers from Kenya. Abigail, I just wanted to find out whether you've also interacted with the people from the urban poor, because the areas you've mentioned, I think mostly is from the rural areas. and what their experiences with effects of climate change, and maybe is it same with people from the rural areas? Thank you.
So this year, because I only started in June, I haven't had the chance to have conversations with people in the urban areas, but I do know that their situations are a bit different because of how the systems are set up. So I'm hoping that in the coming year, I'll also have more conversations around, in the urban area, because I live in Nairobi, I live in the city. But one thing I'd say for sure is something that is common is the level of climate literacy. And I think being that you live in Kenya, you remember between the months of July, August, it was very cold, and it got to a point where people were actually buying heaters in their houses for the first time. But you see, for them, it's just as Nairobi has become so cold, but most of them can't actually say, oh, this is because of climate change. So I'd say what is common is, the level of literacy when it comes to climate change is still very little, and more has to be done in actually educating people and learn from their own experiences and see how different it is for those that are in the rural areas and those that are in the city, and see how we can come together and create some sort of change. So I am hoping to do this next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Kima. Any last question? And we'll wrap up this session.
Okay, let me ask one quickly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Maybe you
Abigail,
can speak a
thanks.
little bit louder.
Okay, thanks very much for an inspiring presentation. I see the enthusiasm in what you give as a youth, but I just want to know, based on your experience and traveling across Kenya and also Africa, championing the cause of climate issues, especially among the youth, what has been your assessment of the level of awareness among the youth? And what's the level of enthusiasm and opportunities you see in the youth that they could contribute to this cause? Because, when it comes to Africa has a youth population, we know that. But when it comes to some of these pertinent issues, and because the youth are not always engaged in policy issues or engaged in this level, it becomes difficult to mobilize them to be able to contribute. What's the level of awareness you've found so far, and what are some of the opportunities the youth can seize to be able to effectively contribute to this climate change or climate action? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So I'd say for sure that the awareness, there's some work to be done to have more young people engage in these issues, because like you said, here in Africa, young people occupy the biggest population. And with my interaction with young people who are in this space, you realize some of them have either lived through the climate crisis, or some of them went through school and understand what is happening. So with regards to awareness, there has to be an opportunity to, educate more people and bridge the gap between us who know what the climate crisis is and the young people who are on the other side. So climate change right now is such a big issue. It's literally affecting everything. It cuts across all sectors. And I think it's gotten to a point where there's need to know these things, because it's affecting jobs, it's affecting your own personal lives, it's affecting how you're able to move around, it's affecting the food that you're able to eat. So I'd say with regards to awareness, a lot more has to be done. And then when it comes to the opportunities that young people can get involved in to ensure that they're engaged properly. As I said before, we luckily live in a time and age where we have technology, and you can literally do anything from where you are to sort of create some change within your community. So I'd say the power of social media is so important in creating awareness and building a community towards change. Secondly, using your own talent that you have, like just doing something about what you already have to create change. And then thirdly, I'd say there's been a lot of progress with regards to governments actually wanting to involve us, because we've made noise for a long time. So there are very many opportunities that already exist. And I think it's very evident because we now have a youth advisory board under the UN. And I think that is one step. That is one thing that has happened. And beyond that, we also have many organizations who are open to listen to young people. So just keeping your ears on the ground, you'll see just how many opportunities are available for you to plug in and engage. And then another thing is building a community, or being in touch with young people who are already doing something, because instead of you wanting to start out by yourself, you can start by joining a community of young people who are already doing something with regards to climate education, with regards to planting trees, with regards to awareness creation. And out of that, you can find a niche for yourself and realize, I have learned this much in this period of time, so what can I do for my own community? And I think they say charity begins at home. So in everything that you do, reflect back. See, what can I actually do to change the lives of the community where I come from? And I say community a lot because I have so much hope in community, because I have seen, the impact that can come from just coming together and doing something small to transform their lives. So I'd say keep your ears and eyes on the ground. Have a community of friends or young people who are already doing something about it, and then through that, learn and build something for yourself that will create impact directly to where you come from. And then finally, using social media and the technologies available to do something about it. And it doesn't have to be you going on the ground. It can be you just resharing or reposting, or just having conversations amongst your friends. Yeah.
Thank you, Abigail. Please give her a round of applause, big round of applause.
Thank you.
And we thank her for her inspiring words. And you young people can learn from her a lot. So if there are other questions, I will send to Abigail directly to her email. So thank you, Abigail. Now we'll take a short 5-minute breaks. We'll come back after, let's say, 2:50. So we have 4-minute break. So we'll come back after 4 minutes. Thank you, Abigail. See you later again. Okay, welcome back again. I hope you had like short break. So I request all the team members to turn on the camera. Now we'll start the preliminary round essay presentation. First, Team Watergy, Tuna, TEA will present their essay on the theme related to strengthening local governance for climate action and building resilience at the local level. So each team has 8 minutes to present their innovative ideas. And after each presentation, 2 judges will ask question, about your innovative ideas. And then we'll move to another group. So you have 8 minutes to present, and there will be 5 minutes Q&A, and 2 evaluator judges will ask questions. So and we already gave you the co-host, so you can share your screen. Now please welcome Team Watergy for the presentation. Team Watergy.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
can.
hear
You can
you.
see.
Yeah, Eugene, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. So do we just start like whenever we're ready?
Yeah, you are ready. You can start.
All right. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jun Young Bae from Team Water G, and we will present our suggestion to promote youth participation on climate action by artificial intelligence powered gray water recycle for resilient water and carbon reduction, or AIG in short. So we all understand that youth has been a critical force for social progress and stimulating development, and is crucial in order to achieve sustainable climate action. However, the coverage of youth is still very low, and the lack of systemic and series of climate action hinders youth participation. To move away from this cycle, integrated local climate action programs involving youth and correlated stakeholders can increase the understanding of climate change and motivate them to engage. Meanwhile, the trend of social and economic growth has led to an explosive population growth, especially in urban areas, and industrial expansion. According to data, over 60% of the human population now resides in urban areas, and this has increased water demand by more than 50%. The rapid increase in water demand is threatening the security of water resources around the world. In order to mediate this issue, the issue of water security, we are suggesting implementation of gray water recycling, or AIG. Hence, a program called Artificial Intelligence Powered Gray Water Recycle for Resilient Water and Carbon Reduction, AIGRR-WCR, or AIG in short, is proposed. This program is to evaluate gray water use system and the environmental performance at a building level. As shown in the figure, the gray water, including wastewater from basin, laundry, and kitchen, will be collected from Incheon Global Campus, or IGC in short. After decentralized treatment, the reclaimed gray water could supplement the water supply and achieve on-site water reuse. Meanwhile, AI-powered technologies can be applied in this process to enhance the technical characteristics of this program. First, I just got muted. First, AI-powered soft sensors can be developed to monitor the gray water treatment process. Second, the AI-powered approaches can be used to develop smart urban water system, which can enhance water resilience and reduce carbon emissions more or less. The main purpose of this program is to establish a platform of youth and various groups to participate in exploring the feasibility of gray water reuse in urban areas, including the resilient water supply from gray water and correlated environmental performance assessment, such as performance of carbon reduction. In the reasoning of choosing Incheon Global Campus to conduct this program is that IGC is an open, youthful, and diverse platform. The universities and institutes in IGC provide solid support for developing greywater reuse system and conducting relevant research. Meanwhile, the cooperation of students in IGC will be beneficial for building an international channel for youth participation to promote greywater reuse. Moreover, related policies in Korea, such as Act on Water Reuse, provides more support to promote this program. From now on, I will let my teammate Eugene to present.
Thank you, Junior, for introducing me. Hello, this is Eugene Kim from Team Water G, and I will give the rest of the presentation. This program includes 6 phases, which can promote the healthy development of such program. They are: first, approval of program and funding; second, design and installation of greywater reuse systems; third, evaluation of recycled greywater quantity and quality; fourth, assessment and calculation of carbon emission reduction through greywater reuse; fifth, data aggregation, collation, and classification; sixth, media outreach. In summary, youth can participate in multiple phases in the whole process, and more details will be presented in the action plan parts. Several channels are determined to engage youth participation. First, this program can be selected as an extracurricular activity, a straightforward approach to attract youth students, and they can get corresponding credits simultaneously. Secondly, AIG can be approved as an internship project, and participants can receive certificates, benefit their career development. The last method is to make the AIG a volunteer activity where they can receive certificates from the UN and related organizations. Hence, these 3 methods are adequate to fascinate youth to engage in. Finally, an effective monitoring approach is critical to measure the achievements from the AIG program. It can be divided into multiple phases and recruit participants separately. As for short-term evaluation, project reports of different phases could be asked to submit from different participants. It will help them and relevant departments review the normal work of each members and improve workflows efficiently, which can also help them to develop good work habits. For midterm assessment, weekly and monthly reports of recycled greywater quality and quantity and carbon emission data can accumulate related information about greywater reuse at Incheon Global Campus, IGC, which can provide more raw materials to conduct greywater reuse research projects in different cities and countries. Such reports can also provide material for media work. Finally, cooperating with relevant universities and research institutes at IGC to publish official reviewing reports, articles, and books of such greywater reuse experiments at IGC to provide more reference for other groups to apply greywater reuse system in urban areas. Meanwhile, attracting new students and researchers to engage in relevant work can improve the sense of achievement for youth and related participants and enhance their interest to engage in climate action in the future. Overall, the AIG program is a viable opportunity to attract youth to participate in practical environmental programs, cultivate their sense of mission for mitigating climate change, and sense of achievement for devoting themselves to antagonizing climate change. Implementing this program at IGC can be a valuable opportunity to enhance the local governance for climate action and water protection with international youth cooperation. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Waterzi, for the excellent innovation and presentation. Thank you. You can close down the sharing part. Now, Anna, you have the floor to ask questions to Team Waterzi.
Sure. Thank you, Praveen, and thank you to the team. Thank you to Ms. Kim, Mr. Wang, and Ms. Bai from the Ghent University. Very comprehensive presentation. Let me ask you one question on your program, because it's quite comprehensive, but also ambitious. So, what will be your anticipated challenges if you implement this project? And how you can deal with these challenges? What would be your first ideas to deal with these challenges?
Okay, yeah, please allow me to represent my team group mates to answer this question. And to be honest, The biggest challenges of conducting our program is that how to coordinating the different groups and different universities in the ancient global campus to design, install, and implement the gray water reuse systems in their campus and in their university. So this need uniform plan and the uniform strategies to promote the whole processes, because it's this program still need a long period for developing, designing the such gray water reuse systems, and it's need many academic support from related professors and the related researchers in the university. And so this is, I think, this is the biggest challenges. And also, and based on our program structures, I think it can be solved more or less by introducing the local governmental departments to organize the whole responded people or responded researchers in each universities of each global campus, and to make them have a well understanding and comprehensive support to provide like funding and places and areas to conduct such program. So I think the local governmental departments and UN is the essential and critical parts to coordinate the whole process of this program. Yeah, that's what. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I have one question regarding your, regarding your initiative. So this initiative, do you think this initiative is related to strengthening local governance for climate action?
Yeah.
So how?
Yes, thanks. And this program is proposed to conduct at the Incheon Global Campus, so which will mainly provide the services of gray water reuse system in Incheon, and especially in Incheon Global Campus. So which can build example, which can provide an example of building a resilient water system at a local level, and it matches our theme. And also, this project can provide a case of local governance for climate action by updating or developing urban water infrastructures. So it's also meaningful cases for other cities to study, and if they want to promote some similar projects.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Thank you. So thank you, Team Water Z. Now we'll welcome Team Tuna. So Team Tuna, you can share the screen and you have 8 minutes to present. Team Tuna, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce our team. We are Team Tuna from Korea, and I'm happy to present our proposal to everyone. What we're going to propose today is the building of local level ecological net, which focus on the interaction between youth and the public. By the end of the presentation, we hope that we can have a deep conversation with you. So please open your ears and focus on what we're saying. As we know, the climate change problem does not have a clear solution. However, the world is keeping global climate governance since 1992, adopting the Glasgow Climate Treaty through the 26th UN COP. And the companies start pursuing ESG management way to promote their merchandise. Also, the campaigns such as plugging, recycling, and upcycling are practiced with citizens. As we see, global society put a lot of effort to support the climate change problem. Then what reality are we missing? First, the real efficiency of the global climate governance system. Participants in the current climate governance is limited to the public section. It means there is a lack of connection with the private sector, such as individual. Usually, climate change issues are only centered on international stakeholders, which have different purposes. So it leads to low cooperation and poor behavior. Second, the distance between citizens' perception and action on climate change. Climate change issue has been dealt with in the area of policy response-oriented expertise, but it does not place much weight on the citizens who are the actual subject of climate action. Like the number of citizens who sympathize with the seriousness of climate change keep increasing, but on the other hand, participation in climate action is limited. So we turn our attention to youth and public to build new climate net, which can remove the side effect of current global climate governments.
Okay, Team Tuna presentation continuing. There are 2 steps to follow to reach our goal. First, build a local ecological net channel. In this net channel, local environmental organizations, local experts, and youth activities have regular meetings based on governance support. They aim to discuss medium to long-term countermeasures against climate changes issues and ultimately apply them to the local. Since the current climate change discussion is being caused only in global units, so the lowest structure in climate change usually excluded for the discussion. But as you are all aware, local is an area where the outcome of governance show the most direct effect of governance regarding climate change counter. So they should have the most actively practical discussion. Also, we want to say local can be called a microcosm of the international society based on the internet environmental programs of each local are different, just as each country has different interests in the global climate governance system. This means the environmental issues to be focused on and required cut and condition are different from local to local. And local climate governments can be easier to harmonize than global climate governance because they can set a detailed goal to follow. Then, let me example how to act. Look at the data 1. First, each metropolitan city builds an ecological net channel. Taking Incheon as an example, the channel to be built in Incheon is the Incheon Metropolitan City Ecological Net Channel. At the metropolitan city level, the metropolitan city plays a role in presenting environmental problems and goals for the entire metropolitan city. To give you some examples, in Incheon Metropolitan City, the problem of trash and waste disposal is a challenge that has not been solved in long term. So the Incheon Ecological Channel can suggest environmental problems of trash and waste disposal and set the target points. Second, each metropolitan unit organizes an ecological net channel at the city, counties, and district level. For example, it can name Michulgu Ecological Net Channel. So city, county, and district level of ecological net channel are responsible for recruiting youth as local supporters who live in that local. Also, local environmental organizations, local experts, and related officials establish and review mid to long-term countermeasures by conducting joint and corporate projects. They collaborate and present countermeasures through the process of exploring, setting, and researching environmental problems of local. The key point is these activities have the advantage of achieving the environmental goal more clearly. Also, it makes the distance between recognition and the action of the citizen narrowing because it targets youth who live in each local and try to promote awareness of eco problems. It makes our countermeasures into real action. In addition, we can get professionality through consultation of local experts and collaboration with local eco organizations. We think international community have to respond more efficiently to the threat of climate change. It is necessary to organize a sustainable, future-oriented policy, at the same time having feasibility in reality. From now, we will embark a journey to cope with the climate crisis, with one meaning for each subject. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Team Water Tuna. So, Anna, you have the floor to ask the question.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lee and Mr. Choi for your presentation, and the other group member Lee from Inha University. Very interesting how you're bringing from global to local self-awareness through the ecological nets. I'm wondering how would you think this project can be sustainable over the time? How you make sure that this, if you establish an ecological net in these three cities, including into metropolitan city, how you will do that it stays long and sustainable? Over to you.
Team Tuna.
Yes, I will answer about that. Thank you for questioning. We think it can be sustainable managing in governance because we saw some essay that prove who live in the real area, they have some attachment from their local. So which means they have some mind to love their local and to change the local more greatly. So I think this is the most good motivation to make the sustainable project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have more? Do you have more to answer?
No, this
okay.
end.
Okay, so let me ask another question. So I want to borrow Anna's question for Water Z. So do you see any foresee any challenges after the implementation of this initiative, and what are the solutions for those challenges?
I think the challenge that we faced is hard to intend to make other citizens to participate in our campaign, because we say the participant of our campaign is also youth, but youth is limited with who are interested in local area of eco. So which means there is a lot of youth who are not interested to change the local eco. So maybe this is the most important challenge that we should solve with other participants.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Tuna, for your presentation and answering our question. Now, please give Tuna a big round of applause, and we'll welcome Team TA. Okay, yeah, you have the floor, Team TA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. And I'm here to present for Team TEA. And my name is Elvie, and here are my fellow team members.
I'm Alex.
I'm Robin. Yeah, and our project name is Airfare, and we are made up this project with the focus on air quality problems. So today we'll go briefly over these contents that includes our project overview, action timeline, and the mobile application that we made specifically for the forum and our project. So when we prepared for the forum, we saw that the air pollution problem is one of the leading environmental problem in South Korea. And that we saw that South Korean citizens, especially the youth, have little to no knowledge at all about the air pollution and its harmful consequences. So with that in mind, we made up a solution that we will connect the local governments and the youth and educate the youth about the air pollution through one of the most used technology, which is their mobile phone, and engage them in a more governmental projects that can work against the air pollution problem. So our stakeholders in this project would be South Korean citizens, especially the age group of 16 to 30. The reason why we chose 16 to 30 is that the young people are easy to adapt into new changes, and the other stakeholders would be local governments and trusted news agencies and school, university, and workplaces. So with everything combined, our project's main goal is to educate the young generation of South Korea on air pollution and its consequences, and engage them in a government projects to make a practical change that can be seen in a short amount of time.
Okay, thanks, Elvie. Well, specifically, the airfare operation plan will have two phases, education and engagement. In the first phase, education, we will promote our mobile application called 1 Minute on Air to young people in high schools, universities, and offices. As the name suggests, our application users will be provided with daily short pop-up notification that can be read under 1 minute, like alerts for air quality today, general knowledge of air pollution, such as air pollution index, such as PM10 or PM2.5, which refers to surrounding inhalable matters that can harm our lungs. Specific actions can be done to mitigate the health risk and help bring down air pollution, and also updates on South Korean government air pollution policies and movements. For instance, there is comprehensive plan on fine dust management, which aims to reduce the PM2.5 emission by 35.8% by 2022. However, there has been no update ever since, so our application will help covering that. And every now and then, to boost the user incentives, we will provide them with stories of improvement on air quality after adopting specific policies from all around the world. So if interested, users can also read longer articles on our application, and they can also set a desired time to receive the notifications. The second step in this education phase is offline promotion, in which we will attach infographics, organize events with basic air pollution knowledge in schools and offices to familiarize people with air pollution topics. So after building awareness for at least 1 year, we will come to our second phase, in which we will collaborate with governments to operate practical projects, such as raising funds or recruiting necessary human resources for those government projects. So for example, the Korean government is implementing projects to install air cleaners. However, they are lacking research funds. So we can call for private sector sponsorship and raise funds to support such research for installation. And additionally, we can also engage the youth in voicing up for air pollution policy and put factories under pressure to reduce their emission rate. Now over to you, Toby.
Thank you, guys. Now that we have given an overview about our plans, let's talk about more details about our mobile application called 1 Minute on Air. It's not just an ordinary application that shows only the current air quality. There are actually 4 main benefits that our users can get by using our mobile application. First and foremost, this mobile application can work all over the world. To be more specific, people can use in any desired places to know what kind of air quality is there. And on top of that, this program offers daily updates, tips, and the possible ways to overcome air pollution. Like if we increase the awareness of people about air pollution, it can help us to combat this issue in a larger scale. Besides that, this application, by using this application, people can find many advantages. For example, users can subscribe for daily information about the air quality at their chosen time. For example, before going outside, they can know what kind of air quality is today, and they can just use this application like that in the given video. We are using that by inserting the place, like Incheon in Korea, and the phone number that user can get a message, like here. And for example, today air pollution is 4, and it's recommended to stay at home for sensitive groups of people. Finally, users can give weekly updates about air pollution policy changes. And besides that, we can just keep track of the events and the results we can share by doing our actions.
So, as explained, we have a fully functional application to show the possibility and innovativeness of our project. And so, as for the advantages, we have easy accessibility and high accuracy and transparency since we collaborate with the governments. However, there are some challenges since building awareness and try to track that progress is really a big challenge. So we have come up with the following measures to monitor our progress. We will have monthly check-up on engagement, user engagement through application, through click rates, and also public transportation users and factory emission indexes. So after observing the waste classification and plastic waste project movements in South Korea, we saw that they all include 3 phases: information, interaction, and action. So we have followed that model, and all in all, our team is confident that the youth in South Korea is ready to protect their environment. Hence, with enough support from the local government, we believe that our application will be able to engage the youth and turn them into well-informed generation, ready to combat air pollution and climate change anytime soon. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Team TA. Can you stop sharing so that we can see all the, okay. Anna, you have the floor to ask question.
Thank you, colleagues from Inha University, Elvi, Ms. Wu, and Mr. Toby for your presentation. Very interesting education program you are offering with youth engagement on air pollution. I'm wondering one question, a little bit more technical. How are you planning to develop the application yourself?
We have a demo of our application in coding already, and with enough funding and support, we can make it into a mobile phone app.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that you need to be a winner of the Youth Forum to make this project live, real?
Well, the problem is not being a winner of this forum, but it's funding and support from local government. So if we have enough support, we will try to make it alive.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question from me is, like, we do have this kind of, apps to check the weather. So what is the difference? Like, what is the new innovativeness on your app? What is the difference?
Well, yes, there are multiple apps, but right now, the government is like, the youth is not aware of these apps and they don't really use it on a daily basis. So the innovativeness here is that we would try to collaborate with the local governments to promote these apps of ours and try to get the topic of air pollution a familiar topic in their daily life, like waste classification. There are waste classification everywhere, but no information about air pollution.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
I'm sorry for interrupting. On top of that, everyone has a weather application on their mobile phone, but unless you go into the weather application and check it for yourself, you don't really have a way to know the air quality index or the weather. But our application have a pop-up notification, which means it's the same as the public announcement that the South Korea uses on every user's mobile phone. So the user doesn't really need to enter the application to check the weather. Our application will automatically send the notification to the user. So that's one of our pros that our application have.
Thank you. So we finished the team, first 3 teams. So in the agenda, we don't have 5-minute break, but let's take 5-minute break. Let's come at 2:30. It's 6-minute break. So I'll give 1 more minute from before. So let's come at 2:30. Okay, welcome back again. Now, let's welcome Team Haanta Wanatani, Climate Justice League, who will be presenting on their essay on the theme related to promoting inclusive climate action and resilience building and ensuring leaving no one behind. So here also, each team will have 8 minutes to present their innovative ideas. And after each presentation, the judges, 2 judges, Sally and Rauna, will ask questions to each judges. So first, please welcome Team Haanta for the presentation. Team Haanta?
Yes, we hear, but sorry, but can you share screen, Tam? Because I have a problem with my computer.
So anyone
okay.
can.
Okay, I'll take over.
For your information, Haanta team is from Vietnam.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I think I have a problem with.
Okay, let me share screen from our side then.
Yes, I'll do it, Robin. I have the PPT.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. My colleague Haley will share the screen on behalf of Team Haanta.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, please go on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Hana team from Vietnam. We want to introduce our idea, which is the Rim Farm app. We chose the Mekong Delta of Vietnam because it's important to our country's food security and national economy. However, this is one of the regions most vulnerable due to the climate change and sea level rise, according to the IPCC 2017. The farmers here are directly impacted by the climate change, but sadly, they do not receive much attention from the general public. Although Vietnam is an agricultural country, farmers have the low income. Even in UNDP recent research, the multidimensional poverty rate in the Mekong Delta ranks second in Vietnam. So we definitely need to think about the farmers in this topic to ensure that no one is left behind. As youth who play an important role in the future, especially in sustainable development, our initiative is to introduce a circular agriculture model through our Rim Farm app. Circular agriculture is a model focusing on using minimal external inputs, closing nutrient loops, regenerating soils, and minimizing the environmental impact. It helps to improve the farmer income and protect the environment. But we recognize that not many farmers here know about this concept and its important role. They do not apply this model to their farm, and they do not have the enough network to support them at the very first stage and the market for the Rim produce. So the Rim Farm app is established to solve the problem. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. The detailed content of this app will be presented later, and the main objectives are building the network of the farmers, raising awareness about this concept, connecting the farmers with the business, and creating a real market for the community.
As Hung has mentioned, because Vietnam is a agricultural nation, but farmers have one of the lowest rank of income, and the Mekong Delta has the highest poverty rate in Vietnam. Those are the reasons why we chose farmers living in Mekong Delta and their families to be our main target audience of the project. They will directly enjoy the benefits from the project, including cost cuts resulting from resources optimization and collaboration opportunities with enterprises and certification from related authorities. Besides, there are also others who will indirectly benefit from the project, such as all the citizens of the Mekong Delta, those affected by the climate change, and young people participating in the project, as well as the local enterprises and authorities. In the next part, I invite Ms. Mỹ Tâm to give you an overview of the project implementation.
Hi, I'll talk about our project implementation. In the project implementation, we will have 6 main phases, and we hope that the app will like serve as a model for circular agriculture in the Mekong River Delta and in Vietnam. In the first phase, we hope to recruit 50 plus volunteers aged 18 to 30 who are gonna be the main members of the project and who's gonna lead the project. The volunteer will be provided with like training and sustainability and circular agriculture in order to help them have the knowledge and skills to do the project, as well as to empower them to make meaningful changes in their own community. And we will engage with the youth through like local universities and also like local youth NGOs. In the second phase, we will conduct research. Sorry, the slide on the screen is like our old slide, and we have like some modifications, which is we switched the phase 1 and phase 2. So in phase 2, we will conduct research on the existing circular economy and agriculture in the Mekong River Delta. In this phase, we would like to put the needs of farmers in the center, because we would like to identify like what farmers in the Mekong River Delta need the most, whether they need education opportunities or they need like better incomes or more support from the authorities. From the knowledge that we have about farmer needs, we'll connect them to how circular agriculture can help the farmers achieve these goals. We will also find sponsors and funding for the research, and also search for like climate research institute and agriculture experts to offer us professional advice on how best to go forward. In the next phase, we will pilot our project in a small province. The Mekong River Delta have 13 provinces, and we aim to pilot our project in one province first in order to experiment with different models and determine what best serves the needs of the farmers. For example, we can like identify the strengths and weaknesses of different circular agriculture practices, such as organic farming or water recycling, and analyze like how best to improve these models in order to serve the needs of the farmers. In the next phase, it's phase 4, we will develop the app content and implement the project. We envision Green Farm to be a platform for farmers to gain knowledge and skills about circular agriculture practice in order for them to mitigate the impact of climate change and improve their livelihoods. In this phase, we will create content and instruction videos on circular agriculture, climate news, or local policies. We also create like a platform so that a social media for farmers to share the experiences in implementing the model and ask for advice from other farmers or from the agriculture experts. And farmers can also have their products connect to business so that they have like a place to sell their products after they have like implemented the circular agriculture practice. In the next phase, we will continue developing the project, and our main goal is to secure enough funding and investment to develop it into a social enterprise that will become much more sustainable and will have the resources to pay for the staff and the youth volunteers. And we need to engage with the businesses and all the ministry in Vietnam in order to make that possible. And in the final phase, we will measure the project impacts in by quantitative and qualitative survey so that we can identify the strengths and weaknesses of the project and improve it day by day. And we continue to the next slide.
With this project,
oh, you're muted.
With this project, we expect to engage farmers and businesses in building a resilience toward climate change, especially for those living in the Mekong Delta, and in a broader context, encourage transition towards environmentally friendly practices in agricultural production. But we will face a lot of challenges, such as the legal foundation and financial support, and also lack in knowledge and expertise in circular agriculture and difficulties in public engagement. That's why we will need a lot of like support from experts and managing authorities. Thank you for listening.
Fabian, you are muted.
Thank you, Team Hanta. So now our colleague Shelly and Rauna will ask question to Team Hanta. Rauna or Shelly, you have the floor.
May I go first? Thank you so much for the very great presentation. I was very inspired by your presentation. You highlighted a little bit about the challenges at the end and some of the mitigating measures. I would like to give you an opportunity to elaborate more on the mitigating measures for the challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Team Hannah.
So
Sorry, yeah, please go ahead. I thought the questions will be asked.
Yeah. Sorry, in terms of legal foundation and financial support, because in the context of Vietnam, it is like kind of complicated to, to transition from a social project into a social enterprise. That's why we expect to face a lot of challenges in form a long-term businesses related to circular agriculture. We have to work with a lot of local authorities and go through a lot of paperwork, and we may also have a lot of financial difficulties because as you have noticed, it is like a kind of ambitious project. And also we are well aware that we lack a lot of knowledge and expertise in circular agriculture. So all in all, we will need a lot of support and consultancy from a lot of experts in this field. And also in the later phases of the project, we think that we will have to form several financial departments as well as legal departments for our projects. In the first phase, we may not need these departments, these separate departments yet.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Thank you. Rona, you have the floor to ask question.
Yeah, thanks, Prebi, and apologies for asking right after the very first one, because I thought that was in one go. But my question to the team, thanks for this very comprehensive and inspiring project and presentation as well. My question will be, did you estimate how large the scale of the project would be? And it seems like you're targeting educating all of the farmers and the citizens in the Mekong River. And what would be the implication when you mentioned you have the financial challenges, etc., then how much financial mobilization are you targeting for? And what are some of the feasible mechanisms to make the project really being successful and implemented? Over.
Hi, according to the target of the fund, we honestly hadn't estimated yet, but we can consult with other people who working in the NGO. So they will have the same project as us, like us. So we can ask them to consult us what can make it happen in the reality. And about the scale of the project, we target to because we chose the Mekong Delta, which is one of the regions most vulnerable due to the climate change. We hope that we can, firstly, we just choose one province in the Mekong Delta among the 13 provinces. If it's a success, we can take them as an achievement to raise more funds, and we can scale up the project.
Thank you. So so we'll move on to now next team. So first give Hanta a big round of applause, and then we'll move on to team Wanatani. So let's welcome team Wanatani.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Greetings to the organizers, speakers, and fellow participants. We are Wanatani team from Indonesia, consisting of myself, Aribima, Arifah, and Pandu Andika. So before I start my presentation, let me ask you one question. How many of you are not affected in the increase of food price? I'm sure that everyone here are affected in some way. And also, I will never forget when I was a child, my teachers, my parents, both told me that our country's land is so fertile. We can throw anything to the land and it can grow into plants. We can even get nutritious and healthy food from the land that we don't need to pay. The one that my parents told me kept echoing all my life. But now, my perspective has changed. In the last few years, we saw some news that have been portraying that the entire country in the world has been surviving the pandemic, followed by food crisis, and lately it is compounded by war. We identified several major global challenges that are experienced by all the societies in the entire world. So, amidst the global crisis and environmental degradation, hunger and inequalities continue to rise throughout the world. The FAO reported that around 30% of the global populations is under the food insecurity. And at the same time, many countries are trying to comply with the global agenda. It is to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius of temperature limit. But however, in fact, our reliance on non-renewable energy is still ongoing. High demand and scarcity of energy supply have been increasing the price, and the emissions generated from this activity has been influencing our dimension of life. Dependency on renewable energy has been affecting our environment, a place where we are living right now. And lastly, the global economic shock has revealed inequality, especially among young people. Post-COVID conditions have seized the opportunity to enter the workforce and ended up for young people struggling to get a job. So in this forum, we bring an idea coming up from a rarely appreciated but always important sector, agriculture and forestry. We would like to introduce you Agroforestry Plus, an advanced agroforestry system that incorporates bioenergy plants and allows various stakeholders, including women and young people, to work hand in hand based on their capacity to enhance the benefits. We are trying to scale up the existing agroforestry system and practices that have been implemented in various parts of the world. Under these complex challenges, implementing Agroforestry Plus can be one of the reliable solutions to address the food, energy, and environmental trilemma, as well as creating social benefits.
In general, agroforestry is known to have contributed to 5 out of 17 SDGs, and it is part of traditional farming practice in some countries. Our idea, Agroforestry Plus, can be done through 4 stages, including planning, execution, post-harvesting, and evaluation. This program will start with participatory planning and mapping from all stakeholders by considering the FPIC principle. We also facilitate capacity building to observe and help to find an appropriate and sustainable solution to utilize the village potential. Our main goal in this stage is to achieve the common goals. So then we can develop a feasible work plan based on the findings. After the work plan is done and agreed, principally this program is ready to execute. To begin, provisioning funding as a capital is really essential. With the adequate financing and feasible work plan, the local community can start with field preparation and then planting activities. There are many possible options by combining trees, tree crops, and bioenergy plants. The community will maintain the planted species until it's ready to harvest. This idea also considers up to post-harvesting. In this stage, we encourage the community to promote and sell their product through conventional methods, as well as e-commerce to reach a wider market. While for bioenergy plants, the community is encouraged to utilize the bioenergy at the household level. And last but not least, evaluation activities also should be carried out regularly to ensure the implementation is running smoothly. Well, talking about the whole thing of this idea, addressing a global challenge with all of its complexities requires the participation of many stakeholders. This is where the SDGs 5, 10, and 17 come in. The Agroforestry Plus will integrate social enterprise with a pentaholic approach and the local communities as the main actor. The stakeholders' engagement in this program includes national and local government, university and research institution, local community, private sector, and youth. Each of us has important role and responsibility to play, as we believe that many hands are making a like work.
Based on our lesson learned on the ground and also research studies around the globe, we know that agroforestry is not only producing subsistence crops for daily consumptions, it is also possible for us to incorporate bioenergy crops in this farming practice. So we could support the shift into renewable energy. And we also have a lot of examples how agroforestry is implemented globally, as women also play a huge role in processing the crop yields. So we want to also include youth and women in the practice. However, we have some challenges one of them is agroforestry mostly has been done as a small scale project. So it provides low income. And also we also need a supporting policies or government programs to encourage farmers to use agroforestry practice. And the last, youth engagement matters because youth participation is crucial throughout the whole implementation process, as we can play important roles at various stages. The youth will gain hands-on experience through internship and research activities incorporated in this program, and which will be helpful for them as our future leaders to create good policies that are inclusive, relevant, and applicable to the communities. We also believe that there is no one-size-fits-all approach in implementing the SDGs. So we do believe that this program could be replicated in various regions across the globe by adjusting to the local characteristics, including the socioeconomic, natural, and cultural values. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Wanatali. Please give them a big round of applause. Now I'll hand over the floor to Ms. Rauna first.
Thank you, Praveen, and thanks to the team. This is also a very interesting topic, and it's quite a popular concept of the agroforestry. My question to you would be, first of all, could you probably elaborate more? Because I've noted that you've actually selected quite some countries like China, Nepal, Indonesia on the lessons learned. Could you probably just select one targeted country saying, applying this concept to that area, what would be some of the recommendations that you would make to the local government for their engagement? And you've also mentioned that the youth engagement matters. Can you also aligning this to one of the concrete examples that you've mentioned in your presentation? Over, thanks.
Thank you, Rona. Probably I will go with the first questions regarding, where will be our first target countries. First of all, because all of us are from Indonesia, and I believe that, local context is, I think, one of the key when we implement this project, because we also need to adjust what type of species that we want to plant and how we will engage with the communities in terms of, understanding their culture and also socioeconomical conditions. So we would like to start with one of the province here in Indonesia, in Sumatra Island, which actually one of the best practice when it comes to agroforestry, but they face a problem, like processing problem from years ago regarding how to market their products. They know how to produce, and the production is like 1 year long production, so it never stops, but then they don't have like a specific target markets. Also, we want to encourage our local government as well to require the local markets to include the local products, so not only relying on importing products or like selling products from other regions, but instead we will provide them platform to sell the local products. And also now we have a lot of e-commerce here to supporting local farmers, but the thing is the lack of funding still faced by a lot of these small holders. So we believe that with support from the governments in terms of funding, it could like boost this mechanism. And yeah, for the second questions about the youth engagement, probably
my partners here would like to elaborate. Thank you.
All right, I would like to address the question about the youth engagement. So interestingly, three of us are coming from a forestry sector, and we have been experiencing the firsthand what happened in the field, that youth usually just a supplementary on additional member of the big project. So we are just a additional team without we have a power to give any suggestion or also inputs to the government. So in here, our idea is trying to involve students, especially whatever their background and expertise, and we would like to involve them in advance before they graduated from the university. The thing is, we would like to train them to see the firsthand what happened in the ground, and then to stimulate them how to be a leader in the next generation or in the future. So they know what happened at the ground, and then can formulate it into the policy making processes like that. So technically, students can be involved from the beginning of the process until the end of the process to assist the community, both at the local level or the national level.
Thank you.
And may I add some?
Sure, sure.
So about regarding youth, so about the real action of youth in this program, I think as they mentioned before, the youth can involve in throughout all the process. So about the real action, I think we can involve the youth as a facilitator for like participatory meeting. When we have like planning, we can involve the youth as the facilitator, and also we can involve youth when the monitoring. And you know, the problem about the agroforestry is like marketing. You know, we also add like marketing through e-commerce. I think the youth role is very important to promote the e-commerce and to help the community, the local community, to promote their products through e-commerce to reach a wider market. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelly, you have the floor to ask question.
Yes, I have one question. I would like to know why you think your initiative is very innovative. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the questions. We really appreciate that. So this idea is coming from the problems that we are always experiencing of, and whatever your nationality or your economic status, so all of us are experiencing the food price and then energy crisis. So we are coming from the local strategy, bottom-up strategy, how to solve the global challenges. And we have seen that agroforestry have been successful in some area in Indonesia, but it is just small scale, underappreciated, and unwell managed, because the government don't really care about that, and also people just know that agroforestry is generating less income. So by upscaling and also enhancing the mechanism of agroforestry, as well as increasing the funding from the national government, as well as the public-private partnership. So we believe that this agroforestry plus could address and contribute to tackle the global challenges.
Thank you. So we have one last team. Please welcome Team Climate Justice League for this second team, promoting inclusive climate action and resilience building. Team Climate Justice League, you have the floor.
Greetings to you all.
Thank you. Welcome all to our presentation. Let me invite my colleague,
Greetings to you all. My name is Michelle Koyaro, representing the Climate Justice League. And today we're going to talk about climate resilient adaptation planning, a case of Madare Special Planning Area. So you'll find that more than half of the world's urban population actually live in cities. This has led to an increase in the rate of urbanization. And you'll also find that now population pressures cause the urban centers to grow outwards and upwards, causing the residents to actually seek affordable housing in inadequately scarce land. So this has led to now the residents actually living in informal settlements and are actually living in ecologically sensitive areas that has made them more vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And you'll find that right now climate change is actually a high-level discussion, but it's actually secluding the grassroots level, those people who are living even in the informal settlement, yet they're the ones who face even the major effects of climate change, including the urban heat island, the poor solid waste management, the rising level of water bodies, the declining and polluted river riparians. And the climate change agenda is not really treated as a priority by the government. So if you come to the context of Kenya, specifically in Nairobi, we have approximately 158 informal settlements in Nairobi. And out of that, 6% of the urban population actually live in informal settlement. And this covers about 6% of the developable land. And you'll find that now most of them actually live there because of the high levels of poverty and illiteracy, as they don't have the capacity to actually deal with the climate impacts. And you'll also find that even in these settlements, there is the absence of risk-reducing infrastructure, as it is not sufficient. Thus, it increases the vulnerability for the urban poor to the effects of climate change. So our program, we are proposing to have climate resilient adaptation planning through one, participatory adaptation planning and ecosystem-based adaptation planning. And we have been able to do this in Madare, and we want to replicate it in the other informal settlements because, as I've mentioned earlier, we have 158 informal settlements. So under participatory adaptation planning, we as SDI Kenya, we have been able actually to conduct research in Madare that acts as an information base for local planning for the community. And this is just to understand the vulnerabilities and for even the community to come up with the adaptation strategies. And the research that we have done involves the climate risk and vulnerability profiling, which includes the settlement profiling, whereby we identify the various stakeholders who are relevant in this process, then created awareness on the community on the adaptation planning, then did a structure and population mapping, whereby we were able to count the physical structures that are within the settlement, and population, count the number of people that actually live within a household. Then we were also able to do service mapping, the access to services, access to education, the access to healthcare services. So how does the community access these services? Is there even these services in the communities to start with? Then after that, we complemented with focus group discussions. This is just to understand the risks at the individual and the community level. Therefore, we are proposing to have this replicated in the other 158 settlements within Nairobi, as it can act as a base for data that can act as evidence in order to now push for the adaptation planning to happen, even for the county government, the national government to take up the initiative. Then for the ecosystem-based adaptation planning, in Madare, we have been able also to identify the profile groups along the river ecosystem and also appreciate the efforts that they've been trying to revitalize the river ecosystem, such as urban agriculture, ecosystem greening, rehabilitation of public spaces. And we see this as an opportunity also to replicate, because in most informal settlements, there are rivers that are passing through. So once we do the ecosystem-based adaptation planning in all the informal settlements, then we'll be able now to tackle the effects of climate change. I will invite Rogers to lead us to the final session.
Okay, I think Michelle has mentioned some of the benefits of adaptation planning, where we'll have improved health and well-being within the informal settlements. We'll have access to clean and healthy environment, and even build a climate resilience community, where communities themselves come up with their priorities on how they feel they need to be resilient to some of the climate change they are facing, and also provide safety and security for the community members. Then opportunities that we have for Mathare SPA is to pave way for plan formulation. And right now there's ongoing conversation of county integrated development plan, which the data can feed into and help to ensure that there's sustainability of the program. Another one is also to advocate, CBS to advocate and lobby for adaptation and mitigation to build climate resilient settlements, and also enhance the documentation through bringing on board the academia communities who are able to tell their stories of change. Handle the youth inclusion in climate resilient planning process, where youth, we find that Mathare, 86% of the population are youth, and they're very proactive and vibrant. So they take lead in creating awareness through blogging, production, storytelling, and even documentation process. They also participate in citywide data collection process, also peer-to-peer exchanges, as they exchange knowledge on how to build their community to be climate resilient. Also, youth design a tree of transformation, how they need to see their settlements change. These are some of the groups that we've engaged, and you can see from the other photos before the transformation. Now the waste collection points have been transformed into parks where the community can community activities, like mapping, borrowing this idea from when you drop a stone into in water, there will be different levels of ripples that will be formed. Now this uses the participatory research approach, where you capture both the intended and the unintended impacts of the program. It also concerns the community, but also as an individual, how did the program have impact on you yourself? The ripple effect maps produced can be compared or overlapped to indicate how the outcomes have evolved and activities have changed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Climate Justice League. So now we have question from Rauna.
Thanks, Pravin, and thanks to the team for this presentation. My question to the team would be, I've noted that you've identified quite some challenges and the goals, but probably giving more of your time to elaborate on the three priorities that you would like to focus on as the final deliverables after this adaptation planning for this sub-region in Kenya. What would be the three major outcomes and the key priorities that you would want to achieve? Over.
Team Climate Justice League. Team Michelle.
Sorry, yes. So after the, I can just start, then Rogers will finish. So once we do the adaptation planning, this will help in informing Mathare to become a special planning area, because as we know, informal settlements cannot be, they have to have their own regulations for them now to have the service delivery. So this will act as an information base that will now enable Mathare to become a special planning area, so that now they can be able to access the services that they deserve. Maybe Rogers can continue.
Yes, just to elaborate more. So special planning area is where the settlements has its own regulations in terms of planning, instead of using the conventional standards of planning that we have in our physical planning handbook. So we use the alternatives. For instance, if a road measures 48 meters there at Idle Road. Then in informal settlements, if you apply the same, it means you will evict close to even 40% of the population in that area. So the community members now suggest the size of road that works for them. Then within the SPA, within the Mandara Special Planning Area again, we have different domains like safety and security, climate change agenda, food and security. So the data that we collect in this area fits into different domains where now we come up with a plan that the government or even non-state agencies can come in and help in funding. And it's also sustainable because the process is all community-led. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sally, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like to ask the Team Climate Justice League why you think your initiative is innovative.
I think our project is innovative in that we've realized that people living in the urban informal settlements, they are usually left out in planning of the areas. So our project aims at including them, making them being like the lead. They take lead in the data collection, everything. They lead the process, mutually enable the government to also see the need and also to plan for their settlements since they're most vulnerable to, especially in regards to climate change, they're the most people who are vulnerable and they're usually left out. So including them and making them being part of the project and them being the lead will enable the government to also see the importance of planning for these settlements.
Thank you. Sure. Roger, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on to that, the youth groups that we are engaging in this process, they are active in climate change agenda or coming up with climate solutions. So, for instance, some groups are involved in activities, the locally shaped activities that tries to change. For instance, the recycling of waste, they have locally shaped or locally innovative ways. So we're also trying to identify the gaps and even assess the groups and also engage them in our process and even scale up their activities so that it can have greater impact in the larger areas or regions. Yeah.
Thank you, Team Climate Justice League. Please give all the teams Hanta, Wanadani, and Climate Justice League a big round of applause. So now we'll take 3 minutes break and we'll come at 3:15 after 3 minutes. Can you please turn on your camera? Now we have last 3 groups, Upgrade, Ecobutter, and Climate, who will be presenting their essay on the theme related to promoting. It's under the private part. It's under fostering partnership with the private sector for climate action and building resilience. So I would like to welcome first Team Upgrade for the presentation. Team Upgrade.
Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone present, and thank you for providing this opportunity to let us present our project. My name is Pisha Patil, and my teammates are Surbhi Singh and Clarice Solis, and we are all majoring in development cooperation at EVA Graduate School of International Studies. And so I will start with our presentation. As we are all aware, climate change is caused by human activities and is threatening the way we live and the future of our planet. To achieve the SDGs set by the United Nations, governments, businesses, and civil societies need collective action now against climate change. And out of all the industries contributing to pollution, the global cosmetic and beauty industry earnings stood at $280 billion in 2020 and is forecasted to attain $400 billion by 2028. This huge and growing sector contributed to more than 12 billion units of packaging every year globally, most of which are not truly recyclable. Its environmental impact stretches from irresponsible sourcing of raw materials to environmentally disruptive practices like unethical and unsustainable production and distribution by industries and waste generated by end consumers. So there is a need for all companies to adopt sustainable processes in their entire business cycle and designing and manufacturing the product to its marketing. Similarly, consumers must also consume more responsibly. We look at Korea as a case study to develop a project that brings out climate action-oriented solution led by the youth in achieving the SDGs in partnership with the Korean beauty companies. The Korean beauty industry, also known as K-beauty, is one of the top 10 beauty markets in the world and about market size of $8.5 billion. And it's currently the world's fourth largest exporter of cosmetics. In addition, there is a tendency to follow latest trends among the younger generation that influence the consumption of beauty products. These trends are powered by Korean collectivist culture, and the dependence on social media is predicted to increase even further in future. Data suggests that marketing green beauty products are not as actively practiced in South Korea as it is in Western countries. Due to the Recycling Act, South Korea has shown improvement in terms of sustainable behaviors and public awareness about environmental friendliness. But we see that there is still a considerable gap between consumers' attitude and behavior in green consumption patterns. This evidence indicates that being environmentally conscious does not automatically push them to buy green beauty products. So we built a project on the idea that the need for improvement in green purchasing can be fulfilled by the Korea's collectivist culture by utilizing the social media influencers, which is our youth. They could then bridge the gap between consumers and beauty companies. The trend of mass following Koreans on social media shapes consumer behavior and hence effectively be utilized to encourage green purchasing behavior. The data we found states that around 70% of Korean youth trust influencer opinion and are more likely to make a purchase based on social media reference. And 86% of the most viewed beauty videos on YouTube were made by influencers as a part of their marketing strategies. This evidences that role of influencers in digital marketing is gaining attention to increasing consumer participation, and the majority of the brands are expanding their marketing platforms through social media influencers, that is SMI, from this point onwards. By using the right influencers, green product placement can be done effectively through paid collaboration, free sample giveaways with brands, and emphasizing resource alternation, spreading awareness on sustainable production, shaping green purchasing behavior, and further preventing greenwashing.
Drawing on Korea's collectivist culture and the significant influence of social media and its influencers, many of which are the youth, the goal of this project is to increase the adoption of sustainable practices by altering consumption patterns and adapting sustainable and efficient use of natural resources through SMIs. So the idea is green brands will utilize green marketing via SMIs to push for the entry of green products into the mainstream market. The expectation for this collaboration is for consumers via SMI content to understand how a specific cosmetic brand designs and manufactures its products, focusing on the sustainability and eco-friendliness of the product and its packaging, as well as its benefits and effectiveness on the skin. So the expected content from SMIs is that they should provide all the necessary information and ingredients that would ensure that the product is 100% green. Thus, the expected result would be an increase in demand for green products, a change in consumer behavior, price moderation, and more commitments from other cosmetic brands. This project aims to augment other efforts made towards climate resilience. So, diving deeper into the project, as you can see in our project matrix design, the expected outputs are the inclusion of the youth in the decision-making process of the private sector by gaining experience and increasing climate change alertness, hone the proactiveness of the youth in responding to climate change, and improve the perception and acceptance of the youth towards sustainable products. The success or failure of this program will be judged via the number of collaborations between the youth and the private businesses and increased interest and purchase of green products.
However, the challenges and risks posed by the project is for conventional non-sustainable beauty brands to employ the same approach, paying influencers to maintain its dominance without making much difference in its sustainability goals or the green consumption patterns. Thus, the SMIs chosen for the initial phase are nano to micro influencers due to their ability to engage with their followers and build trust, which would be able to put forward the idea of climate action and shifting to green cosmetics more effectively. Hence, our idea is to start small but engaging different influencers to expand their reach. As an example, we identified one beauty brand that is completely green, and it's called Purito. Purito is a vegan-friendly, cruelty-free, and eco-conscious from the ingredients that it uses to the manufacturing and packaging. Based on the reviews, albeit natural, Purito knows clinical effectiveness, making their products very effective. Several influencers abroad have reviewed Purito in their accounts, such as Charisse Beauty and Hiram. However, we have yet to see a lot of engagement from Korea itself. It is in these times that we would advocate for green marketing to help companies as such enter into the mainstream market. Thus, for this brand alone, some potential Korean influencers who could promote the brand are Leo J Makeup, Risa Bay Art, Yojing, and Emma Beauty, etc. To summarize, our project is mainly using Korea's collectivist culture and openness to social media to shape consumer behavior towards green purchases through SMIs, hence engaging both the business sector and the youth towards more proactive climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, team Upgrade. Please give them a big round of applause. And we have our colleague Dana and Haley to ask the question. Dana, you have the floor.
Okay, I hope you can stop sharing your screen. Okay, so thanks so much for such an innovative idea. I think I personally got impressed with this. So I hear from your background, you keep mentioning, okay, Korea is a key player in this industry, but when it comes to green and those kind of things, it's not being promoted, and that's a gap you want to fill in. So I know you want to talk about how feasible your project will be, or some of the intended successes you intend to chalk when you implement this project. But based on the lessons you've learned in other countries, or based on your research, why do you think Korea is a key player in the cosmetic industry, but is a late adopter to these ones? And why is it that happening based on your research? And what do you think you can do to better facilitate this? Yeah. Thank you. Is my question clear? So
Can
you kept mentioning Korea is a key player in the cosmetic industry, but adopting the green approach is something is lagging behind. But other countries are doing well in this. So why do you think Korea has been late in adopting this green approach in the cosmetic industry? And why do you think your project is going to help close up this gap? Yeah.
So according to the data we found, we have observed that there is enough awareness about like eco-friendly and green beauty products, but I feel it's because there is like significant price difference sometimes when you see like the vegan and cruelty-friendly products, they can be a little more expensive. So that's why the beauty products sometimes still, I'm so sorry, there is a voice coming out of somewhere. Oh yeah, thank you so much. So these companies generally would like, go for non-conventional, like cheaper products, like so cheaper resourcing raw materials, and they don't go for vegan like making cruelty friendly. So it's how Korea, they just like observing the data, they care more about the benefits of the products than the how it comes from, whether it comes from like a sustainably practiced company, or like where it comes from. So that is the whole idea, is how like the mass following in Korea about like certain trends or certain products, is how we are utilizing that idea into also kind of kind of helping them not just being aware, but also being able to contribute to by buying, like, the green beauty products that they anyway consume. I hope I answered it.
Thank you, Piyusa. Haley, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Team Upgreen, for your wonderful presentation. I personally found it very interesting because it's very interesting that you chose the cosmetics industry. And in that sense, I had a question that, do you expect any challenges in terms of the Korean audience? Because you said that most of the Koreans, we have this like collective attitude. But what I noticed from your presentation is that the industry itself is mainly targeting like young women, like young ladies. How can we expand this, expand your project to include also young men, to also raise awareness amongst young men?
So I will be answering that question. So for us, our idea is cosmetic industries are not only just makeup. And these days, like moisturizers, all those products that would be beneficial for the skin are not only used by women these days, but by also men. And we also targeted like male influencers, like social media influencers who could promote the product. So we are hoping to make this more inclusive, not gender-based. So we are trying to make it men in social media influencers and women social media influencers. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Upgrade Clarice. Now, let's welcome Team Ecobatar. Team Ecobatar, you have the floor.
Fellow youth leaders, we are the incubator. We are striving for an ecological transition while making it as inclusive as possible, especially for the young people, in the form of an incubator hub at university level, hence the name incubators, ecological incubators. I'm Alan, and today I'm joined by my teammates, Sophia and Yunjin. We are all from Yonsei University. Our presentation consists of 3 parts. First, our target SDG, issues that we have identified. And then second, the project introduction and plan activities. And third, the expected outcome and future development plan. I will begin today's presentation by asking you some questions. Do you have green business ideas, but unsure how to develop them further? Are you aware of climate change, but unsure what you can do to contribute? Are you passionate about climate change issues, but feel that you are not included in creating the solutions? Are you an owner of a green startup, but having difficulties in finding investors that would help your project grow further? Are you an investor hoping to find out about youth-led green businesses in your area? And are you representing the local government and thinking of ways to engage youth in climate change action? So these questions are the reasons why we need the incubator. The incubator aims to become a university role model as an innovative platform to realize the youth's creative climate action plans and projects. We want to create a multi-level platform rooted in a shared framework that fosters communication and meaningful partnerships between universities, the public, and the private sector. The incubator also strives for sustainable practices led by the youth to become the norm on campus and beyond. Our SDG targets are SDG 11, 12, 13, and 17.
In this part of the presentation, I will briefly break down the organizational structure of this multi-level platform. At the top of the organization, the Green Office will inform, connect, and support students and staff to act on sustainability policies. The Green Office will be under the university management, and it will be maintaining the multi-stakeholder network from local governments, businesses, and NGOs, and connect them with student initiatives. Therefore, the Green Office is expected to sustain the platform for communication. In the middle is the campus network, which comprises of what we call the heart of the incubator, the incubator campus, and the incubator development team. Once students' green initiatives are selected through an annual application process, The Ecobetter campus will provide spaces, funding opportunities, and workshops or mentoring to bolster their ideas. The Ecobetter development team is basically the administrative support team that coordinates for example, research and education, operations and communications, marketing, community, and consultation. So the ultimate goal of this framework is to bridge the gap between green ambition and climate action led by youth and supported by private sectors, local governments, and experts in the field of climate resilience. To give you a more clear picture of the Ecobetter campus, I will introduce some of the proposed student-led green initiatives that can come in various forms and with various objectives. We have thought of several examples, but due to time constraint, I will touch upon only 2 of the examples. First, the cycle. It could be a student-led store with upcycled, recycled, and reused goods like stationery, textiles, or plastic goods that may also use low carbon or even zero carbon materials that are being researched by chemical or environmental engineering students. And the second one is the farm. Groups of students from diverse majors and departments can form, for example, Student Sustainable Farming Association and produce locally sourced or organic crops. If these ideas are further reinforced with help from professors and other experts and have business models, the private sector will choose to invest in it, which can later be rolled out to the local community and market. For students, the Ecobetter can be a platform for networking to foster business partnerships, for conferences that allows sharing updates on internal changes, best practices, and lessons learned. And last but not least, for green talks, which establish cross-sectoral dialogue among diverse stakeholders for cooperation and joint resolution of challenges in climate action and local development. Campuses with the Ecobetter can also promote greenpreneurialism by hosting annual sustainability week or symposiums for communication, or the Focus Sustainability Intelligence Lab, a knowledge hub for youth-led practical sustainability projects and insights. Now, I will give the floor to our team leader, Sophia.
Yeah, so following up on Yuji's explanation about the scope of the Ecobetter, the question is, how do we actually make that work? So as Alan has outlined in the beginning, the Ecobetter is about interconnection and communication on different levels. So the question is, how can we successfully implement the Ecobetter in real life, creating a multi-level platform and fostering meaningful partnerships? So while brainstorming, we figured that it was not only about implementing our project, it was also about sustaining the platform on a long-term basis. And by keeping it flexible and adaptable, we thought that eventually this will lead to our decision to propose an app. As you can see here, we called it the Ecobetter Platform App. So given our current zeitgeist, an app seemed like the best option to combine these points while using the app as an enabler of long-term change. And as you can see here, the Ecobetter app follows the same house structure as outlined by Yunjin's previous explanation. So each floor or level of the Ecobetter has its own meeting place and resources to make use of in the app, which I will walk you through now. But however, given the time restriction, I will only highlight the icons that we thought might be the most important. So, okay, here we have our 3 levels, the green office and stakeholder roof, the Ecobetter campus and development team main house in the middle, and the student bases on the top, on the bottom. So each entity has its own login page, as you can see, which either houses their projects, applications, or messages. And this gives each entity the opportunity to get in contact with partners from other tiers, and thus creating a multi-level platform as outlined in the beginning. The most developed part of the app might be the Ecobetter campus, as we lovingly call it, the heart of the Ecobetter. Here, all relevant information on the current status of the Ecobetter campus is accessible, which also includes current student initiatives, meetups, Blackboard, symposiums, and whatever the Ecobetter looks like in the respective university. So moving on to the bottom line, the student floor, we have the general information section, which also has the annual reports and best practice examples so that you can have an access to these documents as well. This highlights, of course, our beginning argument about how to sustain the Ecobetter. So in our opinion, good management and continuous monitoring and reporting are vital in sustaining our project. And this actually leads to the final point, our future development thoughts. So with actions that we might, that we thought might be interesting include certification schemes or outreach projects like podcasts, and other actions might be rollouts of successful student businesses, as Yunjin has mentioned. And one big concern of us was to support young greenpreneurs in testing, scaling, and accelerating their solutions for climate change, which is why we're keen on fostering feedback loops with local municipalities. And to achieve that, we plan on drawing data from the Ecobator app, analyze it, and then convey the results to local governments. So to sum up our presentation, we wanted to stress once more the need to bridge the gap between youth green ambition and climate action. So fostering greenpreneurialism through organizational, administrative, and financial support. We believe that the inclusive climate action and long-term partnerships, both with the private sector and public sector, can be sustained. So the Ecobator thus works as a first starting point. So this marks the end of my presentation, of our presentation. Thank you once again, and we appreciate your feedback.
Thank you, Ecobator and Sophia. Now, can you please stop sharing, and Haley will ask question, and then Dana will follow.
Yes, thank you so much, Team Ecobators. I think the idea of having a whole app is really interesting, especially when it comes to your team. My question is, what are some of the potential challenges do you see when it comes to your project, like in terms of the project level and also in terms of the stakeholder level?
So yeah, I'll start off and have my teammates add on. So challenges that we also figured would be important in the action plan was actually how to implement the Ecobator to different local conditions. Because as we outlined, it's very flexible, adaptable. That was the initial thought that we had with the Ecobator. But as we know, each region is different, each country is different, each city is different. So how can an Ecobator be implemented in a university per se? So we were thinking that it's important to, first of all, map out the local conditions. So this is our starting point. To implement successfully an Ecobator, we have to know what the situation looks like. What is the governmental situation? What are the legal requirements? What are the financial conditions? How is the university constituted? What is the general higher education like? So these are all things that have to be mapped out first and are definitely big challenges for the project, but also I think a driving force to really individualize an Ecobator in the different locations that they hopefully be implemented in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samuel, Dana, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you to the team for such a great presentation. I know you put in a lot of work into this as other teams did. I just wanted, I get happy or pleased to hear about this idea about the sustainability part. You know, it's not just about implementing the project, but how to sustain it going forward. But my idea is, whilst we're thinking about the sustainability part, can we also know from you what are some of the pragmatic approaches you have in place to be able to really make this project feasible? What are some of the, just mentioned 2 or 3, and also try to let us understand the scope of your project. I know you have this very big idea. So where is the starting point and how do you gravitate towards implementing this project? So first, some 2 or 3 pragmatic approaches you want to adopt to implement or make this project feasible. And next, tell us your starting point or the scope, if I missed that out. Thank you very much.
Could you please repeat the first part, because it's very, very like we cannot really hear that well. Maybe
sorry, I think
a bit louder, that would be great.
Okay, so I just wanted to know the pragmatic approaches or plans in place to make your project successful or feasible. So that is it. Is it clear with you?
Can you come closer, Dana?
Yeah, I'm close. Here, can you hear me? Okay, so I just want to know the pragmatic approaches you have in place or strategies in place to make your project feasible. Is that clear?
Yeah, we understood it now. Yeah, so basically we are following like a 4-tier level of implementing the Ecobator, which is first mapping out the situation, then designing the incubator for that local conditions, then finalizing the institutional framework behind that, and then going into the lobbying phase where we figure out our stakeholder and needs analysis in that regard. So it's like a 4-tier strategy that we want to follow in order to have the incubator be customized to whatever conditions we face in the university background. This also, of course, includes clear communication and being in contact with different, not only stakeholders, but entities within the university. In hindsight, while we conceptualized our action plan, we realized that instead of going from macro to micro, we would rather support the idea of going from micro to macro, in the sense that we have to first figure out the sustainability situation of the university, figure out what is existent, and then from there on go on to plan and adapt the incubator to the conditions inherent to the university. I hope this answers the question.
Thank you, Team Incubator. So now we have one more last team. Please welcome Team Climb Out. Team Climb Out, you have the floor. They are from Busan. And I think they are the youngest group here from Busan High School.
Okay. I hope everyone can hear me clearly, and we will start just now. Climate change is a persisting threat to food security and nutrition. At the current rate, damage entailed by undernutrition will rise up to 20% in 30 years. According to the World Food Program, climate change driven by malnutrition causes underage deaths. To talk about climate change a bit more, Earth's average temperature gradually increases and sabotages food availability, access to food, and food quality as a result of unprecedented magnitude of natural disasters. Fluctuating precipitation patterns and water availability severely affects agricultural productivity. Fortunately, many global organizations and individuals have noticed this inseparable link between climate change and malnutrition, and are contributing to alleviate harms by waiving patents and providing financial support. This is why we should attempt to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. Our team Climbmouth will provide 3 ideas that induce youth participation in solving such problems.
Our first policy is redesigning the school meals in developing countries. Our team thinks financial incentives to program lunch diets is one method to encourage youth to deal with malnutrition. The policy intends for schools to choose the most nutritious, environment-friendly, efficient, student-satisfying, and price-competitive meal that is designed and composed by the youth themselves. When chosen by the local school, it can provide us from the support of the local government. This program can create a virtuous circle in developing countries by affecting the local people. In the case of local farmers, they can increase their revenue due to the incentives on carbon reduction of the program. The students can have a healthier and tasty lunch and an opportunity for experiencing work as an intern in this program. Plus, our main objective is to engage marginalized girls to deal with climate change and earn money. In Africa, more than half of the crops are produced by women, especially young girls, but only about 20% of land is the amount that they own. So, most girls have to work in poor conditions on men's land. However, by working in a healthy and stable environment created by the policy, they can be financially liberated and have a chance to go to school. Then, they could learn more about climate crisis and earn more money a few years later, and the cycle goes again. In the short term, the carbon footprint of local agriculture and diet will decrease, and in the long term, highly educated children use will change the world.
Okay. Our second proposal for the solution is to make a community of the private sectors, the government, and the global associations. And they can restrict private sector's carbon dioxide emissions under the checks. So it is universally known that private sectors emit the most amount of carbon dioxide during their production process in the factories. Since 1988, 100 large private companies are responsible for over 70% of global greenhouse gas emission. So private sectors are most difficult to regulate their motion because most of their businesses are focused solely on monetary issues, and they are not obliged by the strict agreements of the country or the global corporation. So one effective solution we suggest for controlling such stakeholders is to create a community of private sectors that emit carbon dioxide over the global standards with government and the global associations. In the community, each companies will be given separate achievable goals based on their situation annually, in which the Global Climate Associates will continuously track on them. And if they succeed in reducing carbon dioxide emissions to their goals, incentives in trade or global promotions will be given to them by each participating government. Yeah. And if they fail, opposite penalties will be given in order to coerce the sectors to follow the rules from IPCC or other global agreement on climate change. In this case, the private sectors can be positively controlled by their own interest of profits, also benefiting the whole environment.
Lastly, we propose internship programs. Although many nonprofit organizations and philanthropist communities provide mass economic support in some underdeveloped regions, it is still inadequate to feed an exponentially increasing number of the impoverished population. To mitigate malnutrition entailed by abrupt climate change, scientists and socialists found genetically modified food, as known as GMO, from a technological aspect. GMOs with significant potential include crops with a maximized concentration of essential nutrition, crops with accelerated growth rate, and those which survive in harsh conditions. Companies will donate these products of increased nutrition or money they earned by selling GMOs in the market. Some companies become more practically considerate by waiving patents. Monsanto, a company holding the rights to several significant patents, announced to forego fees from patents for golden rice destined for emerging countries. Those included a crucial piece of DNA called the 35S promoter, often used to promote the activity of the beta-carotene genes in golden rice. This way, corporations can choose to serve their moral conscience by having the minimal loss of profit. However, these actions don't necessarily decrease companies' gains. Using the positive perceptions from the public they gained, they can select youth interns from a competitive pool of motivated young adults. Furthermore, selected people may contribute to philanthropist activities and simultaneously expand experience from prestigious GMO companies.
Okay, as a conclusion, the problem of the world's malnutrition caused by the climate change is not far away. As the tendency of the populations are rising up to 9.6 billion, climate changes are constantly causing the shortage of foods. Thus, our three proposals of malnutrition: first, redesigning skilled foods and giving education to the future generation; second, among the private sectors by the creation of the climate change goal establishing community; and the last, by the NGO, encouraging them to waiver their patents and in return throwing internship programs to the youth, are needed in the tendency of increasing threats of such climate changes on teenage life. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Climate. Please give them a big round of applause, and I will hand over to Dana and Haley to ask questions.
Yes, a quick one. I want to particularly congratulate your team from a high school, and I very much get pleased and impressed by your delivery. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Can you come a little bit closer?
Okay, so I want to know how you expect your project to have been in the next 2 to 3 or 5 years. What is the next step after this program or this contest? Where do you see your project in the next few years to come? Do you hear me?
Team
Hello?
Climo?
Yeah,
Yes. Did you hear what I said?
yeah. Can you give me just a second?
Okay. Okay.
So can I answer?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
So in the current status as a high school student, we think our ability to combat climate crisis is quite limited. So in the next 2 to 5 years, I think after we go to college or university, we think we can make a small company, a venture company that helps climate crisis deal with programs that we spoken.
On top of that, I would like to add a bit more. So I was in charge of talking about the last policy, which is promoting supporting the internship programs from companies like huge GMO companies like Monsanto. So in 5 or 6 years, us teenagers would be young adults. I would probably be in my 20s, attending college, and people like me would be participating in internships from companies like Monsanto to help issues like malnutrition issues from developing countries or emerging countries. So I would be helping those big companies in those aspects, and would be earning valuable experiences by participating in those internships for my further studies and further future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Haley?
Yes, congratulations, Climate Mouth, Team Clear Mouth. And you've been waiting for a very long time to present your PPT. I just have like 2 short questions. I was just wondering how you got this project idea in the first place, and also second, how you see your practicality of the project, even like within your school or even within Korea.
So, like responding the first question,
yeah.
When we first met and talked about what is the like most serious problems in this like climate change, we like accidentally saw the pictures of like kids with malnutrition in Africa or other countries. So like that, we thought that maybe if we can change malnutrition in other regions, then we can help other teenagers in our ages to like more participate in this agenda. Yeah, and I think my partners will answer the second question.
My apologies, but could you repeat your second question?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask you about like how you think of your project practicality, like maybe even within your school. Like we could start small and then go to developing countries eventually, right?
So us 3, our team members are currently attending high school. We're high school students, and even now we are getting company partnerships like internship suggestions from like companies like Samsung or really big companies in South Korea other than Samsung. So if we were to contact like other GMO companies that probably exist in South Korea, I don't know, I can't think of any examples right now, but if you were to contact them, I think they would be glad to provide internship places for our students, and our high school students would be glad to, we could also we could always provide small financial support for emerging countries, or also help to provide ideas in developing GMOs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Climate, and thank you, all the team, for your excellent presentation with the innovative ideas and innovative solutions and initiatives. So this concludes the the presentation part. Now we'll move to breakout room, where you need to discuss and come up with the action plan to be presented in the next round. So you'll have 15 minutes for discussion, and 2 judges or 3 judges will come to your room, and you can ask them for the guidance, like, if you have any questions, or if you want to improve more, you can ask the judges. So my colleague will send you to your team breakout room, and we'll see you after 15 minutes. Thank you. Colleagues, my colleague will send you to the breakout room. Anna, you can go to water G, 5 minutes, tuna 5 minutes, TA 5 minutes.
Praveen, sorry. I'm going to water G.
Water G, 5 minutes, tuna 5 minutes, TEA 5 minutes.
Okay, you're going to start also in water G?
No, I'm going to Hanta. Water G, Rauna is going to water G, I guess.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Everybody here? Okay. I think all the team members are here. Now we will start with the resolution paper presentation. So each team will have only 3 minutes. Please keep in mind it's 3 minutes. And judges will score on your action plan or the presentation based on your presentation. So now first we'll welcome the last presenter of the presentation presenter. Let's welcome Climb Out. Climb Out, not Water G. We'll first start with Climb Out.
All right.
Okay, you have the floor, 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we our third policy was about a GMO company providing waiving patents and providing internship programs for college or high school students. So we for 15 minutes where we're given, we tried to elaborate a bit more on this policy. So when a company waives a specific patents, then governments will make connections to local high schools or universities that have students willing to participate in internship programs, because it may be hard for the company to individually contact each high schools that would have students interested in joining these internship programs. And then the government will have the role of medium and make connections by either making a registration site or application full of information of companies seeking for internship. And when the government makes this app or a site, then all the high school students that are interested in these programs will just look into that site and click on any internship programs that are interested in. And it'll be really easy for them to apply for those. Since the company is not hiring workers, but just seeking for students for valuable experiences, they can replenish financial loss they've got for waiving patents. And from a perspective of a student, they can earn lots of valuable experiences from these really good companies, GMO companies.
Thank you.
About,
yes, sure. Go on.
So I talk about the progress to make a networking website by high school students. So nowadays, lots of high school students may create a venture company So we plan to make a social venture company that, as Nina said, that connects students and companies. And when it priced by some competition, then the government can interfere and make connection more easier with student and the company. So this is our plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So your time is up. Now I will give floor to team Ecobotors.
Yes, I will share the screen.
So yeah, following up on the great input from the distinguished judges, we have made this action plan to clarify our project. So the first step that we want to do is mapping, and then followed with designing, pitching, and lobbying. And the action that we are going to take is first doing a survey to identify sustainability initiatives at the university, create a baseline proposal which has the design of the project for the specific university. In this case, we are using Yonsei University. So here we will have the designs of the green office, Eco-Better campus, and the application. Then we will also create an institutional proposal which consists of action plan and expected outcome. And finally, we will also create a funding proposal. We want to design our projects to be funded 50% by the university, 30% by external donors, and 20% by students-led fundraising activities.
Yeah, and following up on that, we actually aim to gather as much data as possible because our main argument was to sustain our ecobator, which means we have to sustain partnerships, we have to sustain communication with local municipalities. So gathering data throughout not only implementing the incubator, but also sustaining it will therefore help in making this vision possible, which also, as you can see on the top line, is that the stakeholders gradually increase throughout the different phases of the implementation of the incubator, which highlights that there is a need for increasing interconnection and also communication on that. In that regard, we haven't really finalized that action plan because it's open to changes. It's very simplified. However, as you can see, a lot of it is on the basis of reports and mapping, because mapping is actually, as I mentioned in the previous presentation, the starting point of institutionalizing and specializing the incubator according to the local conditions, and in that way make it sustainable for long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia from Ecobutter. Your time is up. And then now I will go to team Upgrade. Upgrade, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. I'll just share the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll start now. So starting with the stakeholders which are involved in our project, these include the SMIs, which we talked about, consumers, green brands, and it includes people coming from all genders. So on the right-hand side, what you see are the resources that we require for the project. So it includes financial resources, because obviously without money, we can't carry out the project, and we can't even fund the SMIs. And then we have the technical resources. For that, we need experts. So because we are trying to focus on providing knowledge to not only the influencers, but also to consumers via workshops, and then the HR. So literally everyone who is involved in the project. And then in the middle, as you can see, we have the activities. So there are 3 sets of activities that we are trying to focus on. So first, it includes the increased engagement opportunities. So it includes influencer marketing and free sampling for the consumers. And then the second part is for increasing the awareness. So it could be by SMI brand collaboration and also by workshops. And then the third part, so in order to introduce green products in the mainstream market, our project plans to have pop-up stores, on-site surveys, and referral codes. And just beside that, you can see the indicators which can be used to measure them. And also the M&E, the management and evaluation, which is in regards to the evaluation framework. And we think that if all the activities are carried out in a proper manner, we could reach our objective, which is to increase adoption of sustainable practices by harnessing SMIs in altering consumption patterns and adapting sustainable and efficient use of natural resources. And then our key objectives are to increase the demand of these green products in the mainstream market. And then because we are targeting the sensitization of youth, so it could also lead to an altered consumer behavior. And because of these altered demands, it could also lead to price moderation of not only the green brands, but also the alteration of behavior of conventional brands, and ultimately leading to climate resilience. We also did risk assessment thinking that there could be an interference of the conventional brands. And also we thought that there could be reluctance from the youth saying that, why should I change my consumption patterns? So for that, we think that it would be appropriate to do a climate scale study first and learn from our mistakes with with small number of resources, 6 months and a few SMIs. And then from whatever we learn, we can revise the project design matrix that we showed in the presentation earlier, and then proceed with our project, and then move on to the exit strategy. in order to make sure that the sustainable efforts are continuous. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Upgrade. Now we'll move on to Climate Justice League. You have 3 minutes, yeah.
So our specific actions will mainly include stakeholder mapping, which will be done in 1 week. Workshops, 3 workshops, which will be done in 3 weeks, which will involve various, which will be at various levels, that is community, local-led, stakeholders, and multi-stakeholders. There will be an integration of risk vulnerability assessment, which will take 3 weeks. Creation of accessible climate risk database, which will take 1 week, and documentation that will produce audiovisual, murals, newsletters, which will take out 2 weeks. So the outcomes is to develop a physical addressing system that includes spatial and household data, increased capacity of civil society organization as well as the government, which will, and we'll be able to create a stronger and more equal relationship between the communities and government, increase storytelling mainly through the awareness, mainly through storytelling, and also accurate household and spatial data will enable community members to leverage for official recognition, especially from the government. So the key stakeholders will mainly include the CBOs in the communities, city and subnational governments, national governments as well, universities within the region, international agencies, funders like IDRC, MasterCard, will also include COPs, as well as the SDI network and several NGOs like the Plan International, Save the Children, World Vision. The risk and mitigation measures we identified is like challenges like refusal to participate, in which we'll design a research methodologies that will be inclusive of all the groups, and which will also enable the sustainability of the initiative within the settlements. The other risk is harassments from the authorities, which we mainly involve the CBOs within the communities so as to reduce the conflicts in the community. Evictions will use like engagement to the government, to government dialogues, and as well as to support petitions that are risen within the communities. The potential violence in the settlements will involve the engagement of community structures like the CBO, the community members themselves, the village elders, and everyone in the communities so as to reduce the violence that may arise in data collection. There's also gender pairing of data collectors, identification of potential local partners, and include of the local leaders and also the youth groups from the start to reduce the potential violence that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Climate Justice League. So now we have Team Wanatani.
Okay, thank you. Now I will present our action plan from Wanatani team regarding our project Agroforestry Plus. So actually for agroforestry itself, we have one national program under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry here in Indonesia, for the National Economic Recovery Program. That's why we want to kickstart this project by implementing in our home country. And this will also ensure the sustainability itself because we already have the funding from the national government, and also we will encourage the provincial government to allocate certain percentage of their budget for this project. And then we will have a public-private partnership to upscale the funding for this. And for the provincial level, we actually identified some provinces that is like feasible in terms of the implementation on the ground because they already have a good track record before for this farming practice. Next. And for the plan and timeline, we divided the whole project into 4 phases. The first one is for the planning, including the free, prior, and informed consent, or FPIC, and project development. We will also conduct capacity building with the community and other related stakeholders. This is where youth will come in as a facilitators throughout the whole discussions. And then the second one is the execution. We will disperse the funding secured from all the sources that I've mentioned before for the community group, and we will do the field preparations, including the tree planting activities and also the maintenance up to harvesting. And the third one is the post harvesting, where we will sell the products to the customers. We target the local restaurants, also e-commerce, and we will help the community to utilize the bioenergy crops that we already planted before at the household level first. And with these two phases, the youth will conduct research and also internships. So those research results will provide inputs for us to adjust the working plan. And we also promote crop yields through social media, which I believe youth is especially good at this kind of work. And the last one is for the evaluation. We will conduct evaluation regularly through the facilitators in coordination with PIC of each village. And we also have, in Indonesia, we have a local youth council for each regions. So we will work with them together to have one designated PIC for the evaluations. And for the whole planning, we want to conduct this this project for the first phase up to the second year. So we hopefully we will have the result from the evaluation on the second year. And this is our values in working with all the stakeholders. We want to have effective policy and regulations supported by the government, and we want to have an inclusive program and also equality. And we want to have a scientific and evidence-based decision. So not only that it's feasible in terms of financial, but also how it could adapt to the natural condition or the environmental, and mutual collaborations among all stakeholders with bottom-up planning. And also we will have we should have a common goals. Next. And this is some key targets and indicators. On the left side, you can see the first one is the key targets, and the line below it's the indicators. So for example, for the inclusivity of the program, we will see the indicator as having representation from all the relevant stakeholders, including women and youth. And also for the second one is community resilience and welfare. We want to have increased income and revenue for all the farmers participating in this program. Yeah, because the time is up, I will end our presentations here. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Wanatani. Now let's welcome Team Hanta.
Okay, so we presented our implementation plan before. So after receiving the feedback from the judge, we have some points we need to modify. The first one is the scale of the project. We recognize that the scale of the project is too large, so solution is focusing on one province only. Then we, after having the success, we adapt them to other provinces in the Mekong Delta. And the second one,
and the next point we want to address is the sustainability of the project. And after doing pilot program and implement the project in one province, we would like to do the project maintenance, which will basically we have the success, and we will base on that success to secure more funding, more knowledge, more experience, and we will have the project expand to the other provinces and have more funding to become a social enterprise, which will make a more sustainable impact. And with regard to fundraising, because we have scaled out the project, the money we need for implementation is going to be much smaller. And after we have achieved some initial success, I think we can base on that success to secure more funding from sponsors and funds who have already identified our credibility.
And the next one.
And the next one.
Go ahead.
And I think that the main challenges we may face is the legal barriers and the financial barriers, and technical difficulties. And I think the key resolution to these challenges is that we have a well-designed team from the very first phase, and then we will like develop our organization into a very a well-designed organization. I mean, the organizational structure of the enterprise must be very strong, and we have several departments to solve the specific needs for various challenges. About the recommendations and next steps, I think that we just mentioned that we will focus on just a small part of Vietnam and then expand to many provinces and maybe implementing it in other regions beside Mekong Delta of Vietnam. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Now we have team TA.
Okay, wait a second. Let me share the screen. Please stop.
Please,
sharing
Hanta,
screen.
can you stop sharing screen, Hanta?
Okay. Okay, we can start now.
Your mic is muted.
Okay, sorry. We had some technical problems. So after the feedbacks and discussion, we have decided to upgrade one of our app feature, and that is air pollution tracking system for vehicles. So with this feature, we can track the air pollution emission rate that one vehicle can let out to the environment, or the rate that we can save if we use public vehicles, transportation such as buses or bikes, scooters. So in specific, please. Sorry. So this is our specific action timeline, which we covered by Toby.
So action timeline of Airfare starts with launching app. Actually, we should deliver our app to users, and by doing so, we should promote our app to local authorities like businesses and corporations, because in this case, users can get more information about our application. But for this making happen, like winning 6 use forum can help us. By doing so, making a partnership contract with businesses can help us to achieve in a quick way, and it can help us like to deliver our applications through vehicles that most users use, like a company named Swing. We can like offer our application to them, and if our plan is the winner of this competition, they can easily put their trust on us.
And so by contracting with the local businesses, we will be delivering our notifications through the scooters and electronic bikes that the youth uses the most nowadays. And we will deliver our notifications, and it will be more useful to them in their everyday life.
So for the other parts of the plan, we will continue our offline promotion by connecting to the schools and workplaces and interact the youth after using our app. And then for government project, we will try to connect with the governments and keep promoting the government projects for the youth. So in conclusion, we want to say that we are proud to have updated a fully functional mobile application, and we are confident that this plan can go far and truly help our air pollution in the future. So our plan would just simply start with education for awareness on mobile application, and then offline events, and finally is practical actions from the youth together with local governments. So I hope you are interested in our project, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, team TA. Can you stop sharing? And maybe we have last two teams. Water G. You have the floor, Water G.
Okay, yeah, wait a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
We do.
Okay, yes, thanks. Yeah, I will start. Yeah, for the part of action plan, we propose to focus on the stakeholders of our program and the youth engagement in this program. So with the 6 phases shown in the previous presentation, 9 main stakeholders will be considered, including the youth group. So for instance, the correlated local governmental department can provide policy support and cooperate with related UN departments, councils, NGOs, and NPOs to apply and manage fundings, which is critical to ensure the operation of this greywater reuse program. Meanwhile, universities located in Incheon Global Campus can provide experimental venue to install related greywater reuse facilities. And also, researchers and professors in Incheon Global Campus can lead youth researchers and students to design related greywater reuse systems, purchasing materials and the devices from private sectors, install relevant facilities, cooperated with municipal departments. And finally, the media agency could support the media outreach with youth. Moreover, youth engagement is a critical part in this program, which can even cover the whole phases. For example, youth, including youth researchers and youth students, can participate in the design and installation of a greywater reuse system, which can enhance their design skills and the understanding of greywater recycling system. And also, youth can help. Youth can help to collect the quality and the quantity data of reclaimed greywater for further water quality evaluation. Then youth can calculate carbon footprint and the energy consumption to assess environmental performance of such greywater reuse systems under the instructions of professors and researchers from related universities. And furthermore, especially for the AI, artificial intelligence, the youth from related majors can take part in developing AI-powered soft sensors to monitor greywater treatment processes and developing intelligent distribution system to use reclaimed greywater supplements the urban water supply, which is in order to use less clean water and energy to ensure the life quality with water. And finally, youth can help to manage documents and references to provide media manuscript for media agency and make more people know the current situation of water scarcity and attract the public, especially youth, to pay attention and participate in our program. And finally, we think our proposed program, including feasible action plan and our detailed consideration for promoting the greywater reuse technologies and accumulating practical experience for mitigate water scarcity and realize sustainable development of urban water system in the future. And thanks for your listening.
Last team, Tuna, you have the floor.
So, okay, we just divide the project in 3 types: before and during and after. So we just set up the key target more detail. So we just set up local youth for 16 to 30 years of age who live in the local, and we will recruit them with form for supporters. And the announcement will posted to the local high school and university homepage. And also university, they post them to each department of university and websites such as Campus Peak every time application, which student use where. And about the local environmental and organization and local expert, we choose the local environment organization will be based on previous eco activity. So one project will cooperate with 2 teams of local organization. And about the local expert, we considering about local society, environment, culture. So one local expert for each part will cooperate with us. About the resource, we just found it. We need to organize a separate fund. So in detail, budget of about 5% of local tax is set up as an ecological network fund. So also during the project, we set up the plan. It will be based on the UN resolution, nation goals are set according to the interest of each country, domestic situation, and then establishment of environmental agenda for each metropolitan city based on nation goal and cooperation from the Metropolitan City Council. And third, establish regional environmental network channel for each city, county, and district based on the environmental agenda of each metropolitan city. And about the timeline and plan, first one is February 2023 organization, the Ecological Network Organizing Committee for each metropolitan unit. And August 2023, recruitment of participants in the Ecological Network by metropolitan unit. And then September 2023, a wide area ecological network was launched. December 2023, established police objective for the next 5 years. January 2024, organization of the basic ecological network. And the last one is monitoring and evaluation mechanism and strategy. General meeting of the regional ecological network once a quarter. Submit a result report to each branch of the United Nations. And we set up our challenge is when the recruitment of youth activity is low and is enough. So we just make our solution to giving young activities separate incentive like volunteer time or proof of activity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Team Tuna. So this concludes our action plan resolution paper submission presentation. So we'll have a 4-minute break, and then we'll come up with another presentation, excellent presentation from Mohammadul Hassan, who is the youth coordinator from UNDP Bangladesh. So we'll see you after 4 minutes. Now, welcome back again. Welcome back. Welcome back. So I know you guys are already tired. All the people are tired here. So, but let's endure some time more. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Mohammadul Hassan, Youth Coordinator, UNDP Bangladesh, to present on accelerating experimentation to elevating grassroots solution for climate action and building resilience. He has been working with UNDP Bangladesh, UNDP Bangladesh Democratic Governance Portfolio for more than 5 years. And he has wide-ranging knowledge and expertise in political governance and public policy analysis, and specializes in media monitoring, governance train, program management, experimentation, implementation, and coordination. Mr. Hassan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and a warm welcome and greetings from Dhaka. It has been a pleasure to be part of this forum and getting the chance to share some of the works that we have been doing at UNDP Bangladesh. I was actually in this forum 10 minutes or 15 minutes before, and delighted to hear some of the ideas you have presented. This is exactly one of the flagship initiatives we do in Bangladesh in terms of promoting green startup and entrepreneurs to promote the circular and green economy, which has a particular solution for the SDGs. So I have a quick brief presentation. I would like to give you the brief outlook regarding the demography of our youth population in Bangladesh and our approaches, and then I will go to some of the experiment we have piloted and working with our young people at the grassroots level. Can you see my presentation? Is it visible? Great. So if you see the outlook of Bangladesh, Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the last 10 to 12 years, our average GDP rate was 6.5%. Bangladesh is on track in the upper middle income country by 2031. We have some aspirational target ahead to be a developed country in 2041. Bangladesh has maintained a sustainable GDP growth during the COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, it outperformed comparing to the countries in the South Asia. But behind the success of this growth and development story of Bangladesh, there is a big contribution of these young people. Young people are actually driving the momentum. According to our current national population survey, around 45.9 million, which is 1/4 of our total population, is young people under the age bracket of 15 to 29. Our literacy rate is 94% between these 15 to 24. You know, one of our major elements of our economy is the RMG sector, and most 80% of the workers are basically women. And we are the second largest supplier of online labor. And when it comes to gender neutrality, Bangladesh is one of the most gender neutral countries in South Asia. And most importantly, Bangladesh is now going through a demographic dividend. So it also gives us an opportunity for accelerated growth. It gives us an window where we should work better and engage young people for their development. So we see that we have scope for the improved labor supply in the market. We can accelerate the growth of savings, and we can promote innovation and entrepreneurship, engaging young people.
and we need to expand the domestic market. While I have seen that Bangladesh is the majority, young people are the major portion of our country, but another gloomy side is that now we are going to a demographic dividend, but it will not last long. By 2040, actually the window of demographic dividend opportunities starting closing. So from 2041, we are going to be one of the fastest aging nation, meaning that within this time period, we have to capitalize, harness the best out of the youth if we want to really develop, take our country forward and want to achieve the aspirational target. You know that the demographic dividend is very important. It comes once in a century. I think the development growth of South Korea and China itself lies in the time of demographic dividend, when this country was gone through this transition of demographic dividend, and we are trying to harness as much as possible. While Bangladesh has a story of success, the youth people is there, still there are a lot of areas that we have concern that we need to take consideration. When it comes to climate vulnerability, we are one of the 7 most climate vulnerable country. Regarding the Global Youth Development Index, we still, our rank is 126 out of 181. The job growth rate is really low, it's only 0.09. And in fact, the young people who are more higher educated, they are actually getting less jobs. So this is the real challenge we are facing here. When it comes to decision making, the representation of young people in the parliament is even unthinkably lower. It's below to 0.29%. And 47% of young women versus actually men and women are not in employment, education and training. Unemployment rate is very high. These are some of the pressing challenges that youth demography are facing in Bangladesh. So to address these challenges and to support government in order to achieve the vision, in order to achieve the SDGs, in order to be graduated from the LDC, we are going to be graduated from LDC by 2050, by 2031 as a upper middle income country, and 2041 a developed country. We have taken 3-pronged of approach. We are working to strengthen the civic engagement of the youth. We are involving youth with a particular focus. We are involving youth in climate action, youth meaningful engagement in climate action, and supporting young people about their economic empowerment. So what do we do when it comes to support? We basically foster the 21st century skills of young people. We support to create new and socially impactful jobs in Bangladesh. In the next 4 years, we have partnered with the private sector and government, and we are in a mission to create 1 million jobs for the young people. And at the same time, we are promoting and supporting young people to come up with their youth-led action to address SDG challenges, and it has a strong linkages with a climate action. We are building a startup ecosystem in Bangladesh, driven by collaboration innovation. We are closely working with key government organs of Bangladesh when it comes to the entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem development. We are working with Startup Bangladesh Limited, ICT Division, and SME Foundation, Small and Medium Enterprise Foundation, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Environment. And as we work closely with government, and in order to creating an enabling environment, enabling policy environment for the startup and entrepreneurs, we also work for evidence-based policy formulation. Another major aspect that where we work and we have been supporting, we are basically running a campaign on responsible citizenship, particularly targeting on this climate sustainable consumption, and sensitizing young people to bringing changes in their behavioral pattern, to how to consume sustainably and take care of the climate and planet. Where under this campaign, so far we have sensitized around 1 million young people in terms of their responsible action towards the environment. And we did provide a training on the climate action around 5,000 young people across the country. So as I said that we are trying to build up a startup ecosystem, particularly focusing on climate positive arena. I mean, we want to create a culture of startup and social enterprise for a climate positive Bangladesh. So far, we have supported and incubated 52 startups. And I would present few of the cases that has been directly impacting the life of the climate vulnerable people at large, but also contributing to the other people at the national level. Here comes one of our cases that we have been supporting. It's called Max Tap Water. So through this intervention, we are ensuring climate resilient and safe water supply. You know that climate change in the context of Bangladesh can expose nearly 17% of total population to adverse arsenic, salinity, and groundwater depletion hazard. Only 5% of rural households have access to piped water. And you will be surprised to know in the climate vulnerable area, particularly in the coastal belt of Bangladesh, around the women actually usually have to walk 80 minutes to get the access, to get the water, to collect the water. So there is no easy access to collect the water. That's where through our support, Max Step Water initiative of young people, they come up with their innovative solution. So with our support, they have built 20 grids which can supply safe water and now has been supplying water to 12,000 households across the climate vulnerable southern region of Bangladesh. And while doing so, it's directly contributing 3 goals in the climate action, your access to clean water. And you know, in Bangladesh, local government division is responsible to ensure the access to local access to safe water. And now this group has started working with the local government division to scale this initiative to the other part. So in order to bring safe and affordable water to the climate vulnerable people through Max Step Water, we have brought this service to the doorstep where it needed most. The second case I would like to present, as you know, one of the signature solutions of UNDP is, give me a minute, affordable and clean energy. So we are, one of our case I would like to present here, that now Bangladesh is projected to produce 1.2 million tons of e-waste annually by 2025. So irreparable environment damage as well as rise of, it actually causes a lot of health issues. We have been working with one of the youth-led organization and their enterprises named Borak Energia that produces affordable and recycled lithium-ion battery, which are more durable and eco-friendly than lead-acid batteries in a safe environment. You know, usually the uses of acid-lead battery was predominant in the context of Bangladesh, and now through the intervention, youth-led intervention, we are working to change the scenario. We are trying to make a transition from lead-ion battery to lithium-ion battery, and with a vision to transition from clean and affordable energy. So Borak, and through using these uses of this energy, Borak Energia is also working to build e-bikes and solar boat, which is actually going to be used. We have piloted a couple of boats over there in the climate vulnerable area. And overall, the energy plan we have the national energy plan, we call it Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan. And Bangladesh government is actually transiting from unclean energy to the clean energy. and focusing on the renewable energy. So this intervention is going to contribute to the overall agenda of Bangladesh government Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan. And through this work, we have been working closely with government ICT division. Another case we would like to present out of our incubated startup that we are converting unclean energy to the clean energy. Diesel production and burning leads significant to greenhouse emission. You know, the reusable cooking will increase cholesterol and causes other cancer. We are taking biodiesel as a solution to reduce the carbon emission. As you know that biodiesel can decrease the carbon emission up to 86%. Biotech Energy Limited that we have been working with collect waste cooking well from restaurant and repurpose it into biodiesel. 1 liter of waste cooking well can convert into 90 ml biodiesel and 1 ml glycerin. Last 3 years, we have been working with them. And this year, through their success and intervention, they were able to actually export around 20,000 liters of biodiesel to NST refinery company in Singapore. We have been working with ICT division as well as Bangladesh Food Safety and Food Safety Authority in this front. When it comes to resilience, and this is a kind of unique intervention, we would say that in our coastal area, due to the rises of sea level and salinity, we will face adverse impact of climate changes. So for example, flash flood, cyclone, river erosion, these are the common natural hazard that the cities and the people living in this area actually faces. And you know, these climate changes, due to the impacts of the climate changes, it has a serious concern on the mental health. It can causes distress, anxiety, post-traumatic disorder, depression, grievance, suicidal behavior. What we have realized, and to heal them, to make them resilient to this kind of problem as they have to face every year, like fresh flood, cyclone. In order to bring resilience, we brought Monir Bondhu, a mental health and well-being startup that provides accessible and affordable mental health care, particularly to this vulnerable community. So we provide free counseling service to the people living in this climate vulnerable area, and supporting them when they faces these challenges, and more importantly, make them help to prepare their mindset to prepare for facing this adverse impact of climate change. And we recently just had a training, and where we trained 50 men and women in a coastal region in collaboration with Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, in participation of the rural in the lowest tier of the local government. And the responses was immense that this kind of training, they actually see that they need most, particularly when it comes to resilience building. So I will stop here. I haven't brought all these cases, but in a nutshell, we said the incubation process we run to engage young people in terms of driving the climate sensitive innovation and creating a startup ecosystem that is more resilient and climate friendly. We have supported so far 52 startups and helped to mobilize 3 million USD. So we've kind of follow a unique approach. Once they are part of, once we select them, then we incubate for 6 months. We connect with them, a national, global, and regional level investor. We incubate into the technical aspect. So this is something we have been doing, and fantastic result. I haven't touched upon some of the other frontier of startup that we have been working with, which are really creating impacts to the lives of the millions of people in Bangladesh. And we believe if we want to achieve the SDG 2030 and our aspirational targets ahead of our country, there is no alternative of bringing innovative approaches and engaging young people, because young people are the one who has the most creative ideas, has the energy. They are the movers and shakers. Without nurturing them and without supporting their mentoring them and without supporting their intervention and innovation, actually sustainably, to ensure the sustainable attainment of sustainable development goals will not be possible. And of course, young people is the largest demography and overall in the world. The world is facing the current demography. So this is in a nutshell that we are doing. I just presented few cases. If you are interested, I'd be happy to share all the profiles that we have been working with in the climate front, and feel free to ask question. The floor is open. You can ask questions, send email. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan, for such an inspiring presentation. Shall we give him a big round of applause? I think your presentation was such captivating, and we have a couple of minutes to take questions. So I think your focus, and also we find that your projects are impact driven, and they are really touching the most vulnerable populations in our ecosystem or in the environment, and especially looking at all dimensions of society. And you also try to highlight specifically how this contribute to youth, or how you are contributing to youth to making them as key partners of this. So the floor is open to accept questions whilst we wait to go to the last part of the day. If you have a question, kindly raise your hand or just send it through the chat box, and let's address it to Mr. Hassan for his response. Thank you very much again, Mr. Hassan. Colleagues, do you have any question?
Okay, maybe I can ask Mr. Hassan a question. Hi, Mr. Hassan. I'm Haley from UNPOC. Thank you so much for your presentation. One of the most common issues that was raised today in the Youth Forum is how we could have the youth be aware of the importance of climate change and the importance of their role in climate change also now and in the future. I think you have dealt some of this section in your presentation, but could I please ask for a bit more elaboration on it?
Thank you so much. Yeah, of course, because actually I haven't touched much upon on the awareness rising part that we have been running. So since we have a larger demography of the young people, but mostly our young people live in the rural area. What we have realized when we have taken this intervention, and actually the problem we are still facing, most of the youth-centric program is urban-centric. It doesn't actually go to the grassroots level. So we have taken an approach to find out grassroots partners. So instead of going through, let's say, big names, we also have very good organizations that work in the national level. So while we do work with them in the policy front and the national level, but we realize that the real thing actually lies in the ground, in the grassroots. So we have mapped a network of the young people who are active in the grassroots. So then we partnered with them, and we have taken our training and awareness raising activity to the grassroots through our community partner. So this is one mode of intervention that we are following. Currently the internet penetration rate in Bangladesh is very high. As you know, Bangladesh is one of the pioneer, successfully doing things when it comes to digitalization of services. Therefore, the internet user is increasing, and COVID, if there is one blessing of COVID, is basically the increases of internet users and internet penetration. So you also see that particularly the children and young people presence in online space is also increasing. Therefore, we have taken a campaign, we call it Responsible Citizenship Initiative, to promote civic skills, rights and attitude, particularly on responsible behavior. So we have taken immersive learning approach. So we create stories, a comic-based stories on the issues. For example, we have a story why you should not use plastic bottle instead of you should buy Coke, perhaps canned. How you can, how you can contribute to energy, even just switching off your light on time when you are not using this light. So a behavioral focus campaign in multi-front is happening in online space. One last thing. So I don't know how many of the participants were part of Scout, but Scout is a big movement in Bangladesh. So we have a big Scout network. So we have also partnered with Bangladesh Scouts. We have trained 40 Scouts at the national level on civic education and global citizenship. Now, and global citizenship, actually climate action is a big part of the global citizenship. So now they are cascading this training to their network of 2.2 million young people living in this lowest tier of the government is the union level. So with community partner, with Scouts, and as well as online medium, these three modes we are using to reach out to young people in terms of sensitizing them and sensitizing them to to understand the climate, to engage them in the climate action process. And these things are built in a way. For example, the training we have actually developed, it's just not a training, because at the end of this training, they also come up with their own action plan. So at the end of the day, they come up with so this is my SDG action plan, my climate action plan. And it could be as simple as, I will not throw plastic into the street. I will always turn off, I will be always sensitive to uses, natural gases, electricity and those things. I will plant trees to make this planet more green. So this is the approach we have been following when it comes to sensitizing the young population in Bangladesh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Hassan, for such a wonderful presentation and the feedback you provided. I think we're running out of time. I will just hand over the mic to my colleague, Pravin.
Thank you. Thank you, Hassan, and thank you, Dana, for moderating this session. So now it's time for us to announce the winner. Let me see. Okay. So let me first, without wasting any time, so I would like to announce the winner, starting from the Mayor Award by Incheon Metropolitan City. We have two teams who got tie. So both teams are winner for this one. So the award goes to team TA and Hanta. So two team win the Mayor's Award. Please give them a big round of applause. Now time to call upon Ministerial Award from Ministry of Environment, Republic of Korea. Please give a big round of applause to team Ecobators. And the last winner, the winner for Ministerial Award from the Ministry of Interior and Safety, Republic of Korea, goes to team Wanatani. Once again, congratulations to all the teams. We'll provide you with the certificate of participation. We'll send you via email. And the organizer would like to thank all the teams, judges and speakers and participants. And we hope that the forum will be a sweet memory to all the team members. Nevertheless, you get the award or not. To me and for us, everyone in this room is the winner. as you have shown your dedication to climate actions and building resilience through innovative initiatives. Finally, I would like to welcome our head of office, Mr. Kyu Chang Ko, for the final remarks.
Thank you, Praveen. Congratulations to all the teams. What an amazing discussion that was. Am I the only one who felt the energy and dedication of the teams? I learned a lot from this forum, and I can see how we can take on several innovative initiatives young people proposed. For example, we heard youth participation in AI-powered gray water recycle for resilience water and carbon reduction may foster a feeling of mission for mitigating climate change and a sense of accomplishment for dedicating themselves to combating climate change. We also heard a proposal for establishing sustainable local level ecological net, focusing on the interaction between youth and the public to strengthen local governance for climate action and building resilience at the local level. The principle of leaving no one behind is the cornerstone of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The principle and framework of leaving no one behind also apply to young people. Inclusive climate action starts with a process where everyone's voice is represented. The three teams came up with innovative project to promote inclusive climate action and resilience building and ensure leaving no one behind. SDG 17 seeks to strengthen the global partnership to support and achieve the ambitious targets of the 2030 Agenda. Partnerships are fundamental to create cohesive climate action on multiple levels and catalyzing initiatives and projects that promote and build a resilient community. Young people have the ability to seek out partnerships, network, and build alliance both within and between generations. This is shown by the innovative initiatives presented by the last three teams. Today's forum demonstrates youth is the critical thinkers, change makers, innovators, communicators, and leaders. Given the necessary skills and opportunities needed to reach their potential, young people can be a driving force for achieving the 2030 Agenda. We must attentively listen to young people in addressing the root causes contributing to climate changes and other social and economic issues. To do so, we need to be honest, responsive, accountable, and we need to be bold and resilient as well. Bold, like the inspiring young persons with us today. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and ideas. To close, I would like to thank the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea and the Incheon Metropolitan City Government who collaborate with UNFOG DPIDG, UN TESA to make today's forum successfully. I sincerely appreciate all the speakers for sharing their thoughts and experience, and all the evaluators for their great efforts to review the team's initiatives. I also thank our moderator, Mr. Pravin Majarajan, who is so skillfully helped us navigate through this forum. Thank you. Over to you, Pravin.
Thank you, Mr. Ko, for the inspiring words. Before we close, I would like to request all the participants, you can visit our website regularly for the update on the activities of UNPOC and internship announcement as well. So before you leave the forum, I would like to request all the participants to fill up the evaluation form. You can access the form through the QR code and the link I just said via chat. So can you please, access the QR code and fill up the form? It's just take like 2 minutes. And we also like to, request you to attend our regional symposium that is going to be held from November 22 to 24th in Songdo, Incheon. It's in a hybrid format. So I will share you the information through email so that you can, participate online, or if you want to come to Incheon, you may do so. We have special session on youth, and we invite you to, participate in that special session on youth. That's on 24th November. I give Haley, to give some more information on youth session during the regional symposium. Haley, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Congratulations once again. You have had a very long day. And like what Pravin said, I think like everyone here are winners because all your proposals were very innovative and very creative. And I think we do have a lot to catch up and follow up on. In terms of the youth session, it's going to be held, like Pravin said, it's going to be held on Thursday, which is going to be day 3 of our regional symposium. And it'll be really great if you could attend either online or also offline, because maybe if it's possible offline, because I would want to have you guys there for other people to hear your ideas if it's possible. So please do visit our website for more information. And if you do want more information, please reach out to Pravin, and I'll be the one responding to all your questions. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you, Haley, for this information. And I would like to thank Mohammedul Hassan, who is still here, for his inspiring presentation as well. So please fill up the post-event survey form. I will send you this the link again to your email address. If you can fill up by now, is much more appreciated. And see you next time. That's all for today's forum, and thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
It was fantastic.
everyone.
Thank you.
You guys are great.
Congratulations.
It was amazing.
Team TEA.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.